What's up, guys? Hello. How are y'all? Is it Monday, right? I think. Up. Vince. Die. Fucker.
My bad. What's up? How are you?
How are you guys? How was Joe's weekend? Did I miss anything? News, videos, funny shit, stupid shit, serious shit? I don't know, man. I was busy this weekend. Sorry, y'all can probably hear my music. Ugh. Okay. Vince, today we are going to do your request. I know it's some fat electrician. I know it's a long one, but it's fine. But before we do, let me go ahead and check some Army Times news. We haven't done that in a couple days, and I actually haven't even uploaded a video about anything that related in a couple of days. And I kind of want to get back to that. We've missed quite a bit. And to be honest, there was just like some videos on there that I honestly just did not want to... I didn't want to cover. They seemed boring. They seemed like not even all that important. Like, there was an article in there about Master Chief. I could give a hug, to be honest. You're gonna start repairing video games? Like, what do you mean? Like, repairing the discs, or repairing the consoles, or repairing the parts, or repairing controllers? What do you mean? Christian, what's good, my man? How are you? Dude, I feel like I'm gaining weight. This shirt used to like fit loose on me, and now it's like kind of... Not because I've been working out, I think I've just been gaining weight, which is good. Consoles and controllers, huh? Good luck with that. Especially the consoles. David, what's good? Dude, I've been playing Fortnite. I have. I've been playing Fortnite with my friends. Like, my real life friends. Not you guys. Y'all are my friends too, but... My real life friends, I'm playing Fortnite with them. Played, yesterday, the day before. I wasn't playing for like 3 days, but... I would have never played Fortnite years ago, but there's no build mode. And dog, aiming in Fortnite is so much easier than... Aiming in Fortnite is so much easier than aiming in other games. Like, I played Save the World when it first came out, right? Before Battle Royale ever existed. Katai, you should. We can run some duos. I'm so down. I played Save the World, and I don't really remember the mechanics, right? Like, aiming and stuff like that, but when I started playing Battle Royale, and I do no build because I fucking hate building. I can't even stand the concept. I couldn't stand the concept of building and Save the World, let alone against other real players. Right, so I play zero build, and I got in there, and I was like, wow, is it really this easy to aim on Fortnite? That's crazy. And yeah, is that motherfucking easy? It's not hard at all. And I was like, wow, I should have started playing this game as soon as the no build mode came out. That would have been fire. But I'd be playing the Star Wars event, Katai. And it's cool because like I can pick up a whole bunch of weapons, and all these weapons work on a cooldown. They don't work off ammo, so I don't have to worry about getting ammo, which is great. I can just run around. Once I get my weapons, I can just run around and terrorize people. But because it's Star Wars, there's other motherfuckers on the battlefield that have lightsabers, and there's other motherfuckers on the battlefield that have like TIE fighters and X-Wings, and they just fucking dick on me. And there's nothing much I can do about a TIE fighter when I get caught out in the open. I don't know, I don't have a car. I just get shit on. The only thing I can do is just quit the game. I'm not winning. But for the most part, with decent win rate. And it's crazy just how many people are on this game that are ass. It's nuts. The amount of times I get spectated for the whole entire fucking game. and they never stop spectating me. It's like they're praying that I lose. I know that's what they're doing because I be doing that too, but nah, they be spectating me for a hella long fucking time, and I'm just like, bro, how are you even a real player? Like, you didn't hit me with one bullet, and you're spectating me? I don't know. Die, you should hop on. It's great. That's what I be running. I run a medium to long distance AR, a blaster rifle that I can hit fire with, the big one, the heavy one, and then a sniper, and that's it. Oh, it's crossplay, Katai, so whatever you feel comfortable playing on, whatever runs the best for you, run it on that, because I play on mobile. And I'm using the same Epic account that I have on Xbox, so I could easily turn on my Xbox and play from my Xbox. But playing from mobile and playing from bed is so much better than just like playing from this fucking chair with like my back hunched over and just like, I don't want to do. It's like I can only take so much of that. If I can play it on mobile, I'll play it on mobile. If I have to play it on console, I'll fucking play it on console. But like, yo, bro, sitting in this chair streaming and then sitting in this chair again while I'm gaming, just fucking. I fucking. Nah. Gotta give my back and my ass a break sometimes. So, all right, let's get going before we waste too much fucking time. I tell you every game that I'm gonna play, Katai, just on the off chance that you want to run it. I know Terminator's been asking me to play. I haven't gotten back on Bloodstrike. I haven't been on Warframe in ages. But I will get back on Warframe. It's not like I'm done forever. I just don't want to play it right now. Warframe really is one of those games where like I can stop playing for months, maybe if not a year or two, and still come back and still love it and still have fun with it. So I'm not worried about not playing Warframe at the moment. It's whatever I missed, I can get it, I can trade for it, or I can fucking earn it. So the fact that I've gone this long without playing Warframe, I'm just like, it's fine. I won't die. Yeah, you've been hitting Warframe hard. You'll eventually pass me, I feel, with Mastery Rank. Okay, let's... Almost 23? Okay, well, never mind. Maybe you're not that close to me. I think I'm at 28. And, dude... getting to 28, man. I think that's why I took a break, because I got to Mastery Rank 28 in less than a year. Which I know for some people that stream the game and are content creators, that's probably nothing. They're like, got to MR30 in like a month, dog. Yeah, good for you. But for me, that's like, that was a lot. And I didn't specifically grind for Mastery Rank. Like, I played entire facets of the game without even worrying about Mastery Rank at one point. So technically, I could have done it faster than a year. But yeah, I had some burnout there. And the fact that they're always releasing new content, they're still releasing new content, new drops, new updates, constantly streaming. It's like, dog. Warframe gave me so much content, I didn't know what to do with it, dude. I was just like, I can't chew all this, man. There's no way. I gotta take a break. Push my plate up, just like I ate too much. Stomach's full. New Prime Ureli? Ooh. If there was any incentive to get on, it would be to get her, but it still doesn't matter. I'm still gonna have to go through the pain in the ass process of doing the skateboarding bullshit with the K-drives for Ureli. For normal Ureli, because you need both of them. Let's see what we can find here that's interesting that I can quite possibly upload. Or, I don't know. Soldier's wife deported to Australia after detainment in Hawaii. I don't think you're supposed to deport those people. They're married to a service member. Somebody's in trouble. And I don't think it's that lady. Behemoth Golden Dome may face lackluster scrutiny in Trump's Pentagon. Man, I could honestly give a fuck about the Golden Dome. The things that the Golden Dome will protect against, if it has to activate, that is such a major act of war that, man, ain't no country that fucking stupid. It's a good idea in theory and everything. It's just like, I just feel like there's a laundry list of other shit that we could have put money towards first than the Golden Dome. I mean, we didn't need it 5 years ago. I'm sure we can go another 5 years without it while I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't really see the craziest appeal behind it, but whatever. What is this? Pentagon aims to cut 14 defense advisory boards, including Dakowitz. The fuck is Dakowitz? Oh, Defense Advisory Committee on Women in... whatever. That doesn't seem interesting. Ah, dude, where are the... Trump pardons Army officer who defied COVID prevention rules. I mean, he's not the only one. I'm pretty sure there's more that got removed from service because they refused to take the jab. Which, you know what's funny is, like, in the service, they force you to take so much stuff. And, like, I'm not, like, sticking up for the government here, but in the service, they force you to take so much shit that the fact that soldiers drew a line at the jab, that really says something. Because when you go into the military, they give you the measles shot. They give you the anthrax shot. They still do. When I was in, bro, anthrax was like a 2001, 2002 type thing, right? And then everybody forgot. When I joined the service, man, in 2009, they're still handing out anthrax shots. We got measles, anthrax, smallpox. I still got the scar from the smallpox right here. And that was non-negotiable. Like, you were literally on a conveyor belt of people with someone in front of you, someone behind you, and there was like people to your right and left, and it was like stick, 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 just sticking us, man. Like on a conveyor belt of just like a... That just goes to show you. I kind of want to read it. Kind of, let's see if there's anything better. Texas Collins promises fixes to post-military transition programs. That'd be good. Because they're not that good. At least, like, it was decent when I was getting out, like, but I mean, dude, I could have gone on the internet and found that information just as easy. Some of these stories I feel like are... Yo, we got nothing to read today. Well, this one. I do want to read this. Because I feel like it's more than just this officer who's going to get pardoned. Because there was quite a few service members that were like, you know what? Nah. And then what's funny is that they asked these soldiers to come back. And it's just like, man, unless they truly need you, why would they? As part of a flurry of presidential clemency this week, President Donald Trump on Wednesday pardoned a former Army officer convicted of disobeying COVID-19 safety measures In 2022, former First Lieutenant Mark Bashaw announced the pardon on social media, thanking Trump and all his supporters who took a stand against tyranny. He also posted a picture referencing conspiracy theories that the COVID-19 virus was a planned event by global elitists for unspecified nefarious reasons. I can tell you the unspecified nefarious reasons. Control. Seeing just how much of the mass population they can control, manipulate, and sway to do whatever the fuck it is they want you to do. Could have been an actual thing, but I feel like that was merely just a test. Let's see how much we can get away with the people. Let's see how many rights we can take away. Let's see just how many laws we can break and see if we can get away with it. And let me tell you something, guys, guess what? They did. They got away with it. They always get away with it, because unless they actually decide to use a heavy hand, what the fuck can we do about it? Heavy hand being they become tyrannical, right? Actually tyrannical, door-to-door type shit, right? But in these cases where it just falls to paperwork or he said, she said, or news reports or information that may or not be released, information that may or not be available, information that may or not be real, right? It's just like... Bashaw was convicted but given no prison sentence after refusing to obey orders designed to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Of course they're not going to give him a prison sentence. That'd be too much. He had previously worked as an entomologist at Aberdeen Proving Ground in Maryland and commanded the headquarters company for the Army Public Health Center. I forget that we're not in the... Damn, my bad. Usually I make this big so that y'all can read it, and I completely forgot. There you go. Okay, what? Next expansion is in this book. Nice. I don't know what you're talking about, David. Military investigators said Bashaw refused to telework and traveled to his office without submitting evidence of a prior COVID-19 test. Both were required of soldiers at the facility in 2022 who were not vaccinated against the virus. Bashaw was also found guilty of refusing to wear a mask in indoor areas. I'm so glad that this guy's a lieutenant, because it just lends credence to what the fuck we're talking about, to how we felt, to how we did feel about all this. It just lends credence, because if it was just a bunch of E3s and E4s, then, you know, high-ranking people would convince the civilian population that we're just a whole bunch of low-ranking, disgruntled, nonsensical, refusing to follow orders bastards, right? And most people would probably believe that of a low-ranking person, but this is a first lieutenant. Say something. Say something. Yeah. Let's see. He was the first service member court-martialed for refusing to adhere to COVID mitigation protocols. Damn, man, you got the same discharge I did. For some bullshit. I mean, then again, I kind of earned my punishment, but it was just bullshit that what I did was against the rules to begin with because we were in a combat zone. But that's neither here nor there. Whatever. He was discharged from the Army in 2023. Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in recent months have worked to overturn a host of past punishments and dismissals for pandemic violations in the military, including offering reinstatement and back pay to some troops forced out for refusing the COVID-19 vaccine. Although Bashaw did not have any prison time related to his conviction, Trump's pardon erases his criminal record completely. White House officials did not release a statement on the reasoning behind the pardon. They don't have to. You know the reason. It was bullshit to force them out to begin with. It was bullshit to force this on people to begin with. It was bullshit to force people to take this to fucking begin with. Okay? That's why. Fuck you. That's another reason. Did you want another reason? Fuck you, that's why. I have to give you a reason. It was the right thing to do. That's why. There you go. More than 500,000 US troops contracted COVID-19 during the pandemic from 2020 to May 2023, but fewer than 100 died of complications related to the virus. Well. Look at that. And they had us believe that bodies were piling up in the streets like the bubonic plague. Like what we saw in video games, what we've seen in TV series, what we've seen in movies, right? They had us believe that the bodies were just bam, 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 bam. We were having to dig out big ass holes for mass graves. That was not the fucking case. It was all just a fear tactic just to see how much of the general population they could fucking control, man. I honestly believe that's what that was. 500,000 soldiers, less than 100 died. More soldiers have died from drugs, alcohol, and combat than this shit. There's more dangerous shit that can plague a soldier than this shit. A soldier, especially a young one, is dumb enough to fuck someone's wife, and then that husband kills him. He's more at danger at that. He's more at risk to that than he is COVID-19. Man, let's be for fucking real. And not to mention, dude, if my soldiers had COVID-19 and we were on mission, the enemy might have COVID-19. And it might be affecting them even worse. I don't know, dude. It's just like, I feel like more soldiers died of health complications in Vietnam than they did of COVID-19. I feel like more soldiers simply died because of simply just being in Vietnam. Not bullets, not explosions, not grenades, not danger close. Simply being in the country. I feel like more soldiers died simply being there than from COVID. But hey, I could be wrong. Just theorizing here, but I should give all these people their jobs back. And their careers back. Definitely back pay. You know what I would do if I was one of these people? I'd accept the back pay. I would accept my job back. And then as soon as my contract's over, I'm getting the fuck out. Because fuck you. Really. Too little, too late. And I feel like there's some soldiers that feel that way. Nah. You had every opportunity in the world to do right by me and honor my service, and instead, you said fuck you. Yeah. Blow it out your ass. I mean, but that's just me. It's the only story we're gonna read today. Everything else really didn't seem worthy. Oh, and you know what's funny? You know what's funny, Katai? Is that it was a rule that we had to take malaria medication. It was actually a written rule. Within the, I believe it was in the UCMJ or whatever rules they had for us being in Afghanistan, but we actually had rules that we had to take our malaria medication, right? For malaria. They issued us this medication and we were instructed to take it, right? So therefore, it's a rule, okay? Guess what? Most of us didn't take it. The ones that did took it for a brief moment. It gave us the worst nightmares we've ever had in our entire lives, and we stopped taking it. We threw them in the fucking trash. Our first sergeant stopped taking it. Our commander didn't even take it. That's when you know, bro. That's when you know. It was garbage. I don't know if you served in the military. I don't know if you took malaria medication. Maybe if you went to Iraq, maybe you didn't. Maybe you did. I'm not sure. I didn't get to go to Iraq. I wanted to. But when we were in Afghanistan, man, they gave us malaria medication. Guess how many times I got bit by a mosquito while I was over there? No bullshit, I can count on one hand. Maybe zero. I'm not even sure. It was the least of my problems when I was in that country. Insects, bugs, least of my problems. So like, and what made me the absolute sickest, and it's one thing that they didn't even teach me about until I got in the country, is to stay away from the local food. I did not. I shit for days. I wanted to kill myself. So, like, I was more at risk from the food than I was other shit, man. Mosquitoes and fucking bugs and goddamn rabid dogs. It is so nonsensical, really, for the most part. But yeah, all of us trashed our malaria medication. That's it. And the army didn't say a damn thing about it. They didn't. But when you have a woke retarded be off that. All right, let's see what we got on the list. The stink of that place, from what I was told. Of what place? I mean, don't get me wrong, there was flies because the place did smell like shit. And in Afghanistan, yeah, guess what? There is no recycling. There is no trash man that comes and picks up your trash. The trash just is on the streets and it piles up for not just feet, but like multiple feet high, to where it almost looks like mountains from far away, and then you get close and you're just like, oh wow, these are not mountains or cliffs at all. This is trash. Wow. Yeah, and it smells really, really bad. And there's a lot of flies, but the flies are too busy feasting on that to really give a fuck about me. So again, man, getting bit by flies, mosquitoes, it really wasn't that much of a thing. And we were very cleanly on the installation, so naturally weren't very many flies there. But on missions though, do some of these villages, just, yeah, man. I saw some very questionable street food in Afghanistan. I mean, the street itself is questionable, bro. So, like, dude, if I dropped a Skittle in that country, I wouldn't pick it back up. And it's a Skittle. I mean, it's a Skittle. How much can get on a Skittle, right? And the hard shell and everything? Okay, how compromised could it get? Shit. If I dropped anything in that country, I did not pick it back up. That's... Now, in my room, I could drop a piece of bread for 5 whole minutes, pick it back up, and fuck it up. Like, oh shit, I dropped bread. Not a problem. That's here. Hell no. Should eat Afghanistan food back home, not there. Unless it's actual Afghani people making it. Believe me, bro. I've traveled the world quite a bit, man, and I've eaten food from different countries that I came back to America and ate the same food. It wasn't the same. It's not the same. And while it's not bad, you can just tell that it's not the same. You know what I mean? Right? So, Afghani food? I'd have to see it be made by an Afghani. I don't think I trust Deborah to make Afghani food, man. I mean, granted, it's probably gonna fuck me up regardless, but I'd rather them make it. Because they just know, right? Like, I don't want Bill making my frijoles and tamales. I want Jose. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? The Punisher special presentation on Disney Plus. The main villain is gonna be a female mob boss. I have no clue. I don't even know. I think the last time I turned on Disney Plus was to watch Team Spidey with my niece. I didn't even know that was a thing. So, guy I went to school with who's a Marine said it smelled like shit and dead things. Perpetually. Yeah. On a foot patrol, on a convoy. Granted, we didn't use burn pits in Afghanistan. We became slightly more civilized than our Iraq brothers, right? They did the burn pits for the shit and the piss and all that stuff. We had porta-johns that they got cleaned weekly by locals, man, local Afghanis that received jobs by our FOB to come in there, clean that shit, and then they promptly get the fuck off the FOB. We would contract out a lot of jobs on the FOB. So like cleaning the porta-johns, we didn't do that shit. The locals did. We would let locals on the FOB to run their bazaar on the weekends. Shit like that. But for the most part, the FOB, not too bad of a smell. You're still in Afghanistan. It still smells bad, but not too bad when you're on the fob with your own people and you got like the locals there cleaning up and stuff like that. And the locals are nice on the fob, man. I made friends with some of them. But man, once you leave that wire, you start going deep into their territory and shit. It's just so fucking rancid that honestly, the only thing that can distract you from the smell, bro, is a firefight. That's it. You're perpetually smelling, man, and it's just like only thing that can distract you from that smell is getting shot at. So yeah, that's the one with John Bernthal is gonna co-write and star in it too, full length. That's what I've been hearing about. So it's gonna be a movie, right? Not a TV series, because the TV series got canceled after season 2. So unfortunate, man, because like I like John Bernthal and I liked his portrayal of the Punisher. He's so savage, man, like hella savage. He kind of like he almost took it really over the top, but like in a good way with the character. So I was a fan, man, when I started watching it. It's just like I can't bring myself to get reinvested because the show got canceled after season 2. So if they do a movie, gladly, I'll watch it. And I don't think there's much that I missed from the TV series. I already know of John's Punisher character, so. I watched the interview that he did. He's like, when I found out that I got the role, I went to a local comic book store, started picking out a whole bunch of Punisher comic books. And I went to go check out, and the guy there that was ringing me up, the clerk, he was like, "I know who you are." And he's like, "Oh yeah?" He's like, "I know that you're gonna be the Punisher." And he's like, "Yeah, but yeah, I am actually." He's like, "I just found out. I'm buying these." He's like, "Yeah, you're not buying these at all." He's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "You're actually gonna buy. You're gonna read this. You're gonna read this. You're gonna read this. You're gonna read this. Fuck all this shit you're trying to buy. That's no good. Not for the character you're playing." And the clerk for that comic book store, literally, is the unsung hero of John Bernthal's character for Punisher. Yeah, the show didn't go past season 2, but he crushed the character. The character was amazing, and I think we kind of have to thank that comic book clerk, because who knows what John picked out when he went to the store? He probably had no fucking idea. He was just like, "Oh, Punisher, 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 Punisher. Cool, this seems like stuff that I need to read, right?" So, yeah, he's like, "Don't fuck this up, bro." Yeah, it was in New York, somewhere in New York. He's like, "Do not fuck this up." And yeah, Punisher's one of those characters that you can't fuck up, just like Deadpool. You can fuck up Spider-Man a couple times. People get over it. There's certain characters you can fuck up. And fuck it, they'll do another one, right? These characters, like, yeah. Wolverine. I imagine that was another one that people were like, "You? If you fuck this up, man." With your Australian ass. But no, he got it. He probably read the Punisher Max run by Garth Ennis. You know, I would love to see a Batman movie that perfectly accurately portrays the animated, I think, is The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Returns. In that series, he kills the Joker. Man, I would love to see that movie play out on live action. Exactly like that. But they'll never do that, bro. These fucking writers and shit, they want to make up their own stories. But then their own stories are bad, and then we don't like the movie, and then they call us bigots. It's not fun. Alright. My bad, I didn't check. Let me see what short stuff we have to watch before we get into the Fat Electrician stuff, Vince. Because there is a couple things on here, I feel. You know what's funny, Drago? If you're in here, I think you're in here. Is like the past couple days, like on and off, I've been watching election meltdowns from when Donald Trump won this past election, just for pure nostalgia purposes, because it makes me smile and it makes me laugh, and I'm just like, ha ha. Because, like, maybe it's because I don't look for it, or maybe it's because it doesn't show up, but, like, I rarely see any Republicans do that. They put their phone up against the wall, they hit record, and they start screaming. Not even, like, ranting and, like I do. Like, no, they just start screaming. Just unfiltered, unadulterated screaming for the whole world to see. I really truly feel like I rarely see Republicans do that shit. I feel like it's only Democrats that do that. They record the most embarrassing part of their whole year and they upload it for everyone to see. They were all cocky, talking shit. We gonna win, bitch. Fuck Donald Trump, right? And then you lose, and instead of, like, being graceful about it, you turn on your camera and you're just like, ah! 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 It's like, you can't even lose like an adult. It's wild. You lose like a child that never learned how to lose. And it's like, it's embarrassing. That's why I watch it. It's just like people embarrassing themselves when they don't really have to. But hey, some people really want to kill their kids. Okay, so, like, I guess I understand, I suppose. I don't know. Let's watch this, though. Actually, no, we gotta start. We'll get to yours, Christian. Watch this one first. Get through all these normal ones, and then we'll, how close are we to finding alien life? I mean, given how weird the 2020s have been, I feel like there's alien life right here on this fucking planet. There's people that don't know what a woman is. And I would assume that that would be something that an alien would ask when he came to this country. Woman. What is woman? What does that mean to your people? Ah, vagina. Giving of birth. I see. I understand. I can understand if aliens came here and asked that, but, like, we have actual people that ask that. I think we have aliens here. Ain't no way. But we'll watch that, David, when we get to it. Oh my god, who is it by? D Cobra 2. Where the fuck is it? There it is. D-Day Cobra 2. Okay. Hey,
okay, if there's one AI
do y'all want to stay in this scene, or can we, or do y'all want to switch it? Does it matter to y'all? It's up to y'all. Chris Hemsworth is gonna say goodbye to the role of Thor. Good, man. Not because I hated it, not because I didn't like him as Thor, but Marvel's best days are behind them. You want to move on? Go for it. I've accepted that whole thing is that whole thing is dead to me. Really, I still haven't seen Thor: Love and Thunder. I still haven't seen the newest Doctor Strange. The Eternals. I haven't seen that. Oh, you know what? You know what I think the problem is with that though. You know why I think I no longer care about these characters? Thor, Doctor Strange, is because 10 years ago, 15 years ago, almost, everything was leading up to a goal, right? Everything was leading up to something. And what was that something? It was Thanos, right? So you did want to go watch the next movie, even if you didn't really like the character too much, right? I've never really been a super fan of Thor, but I watched the first Thor movie. I watched the second Thor movie because it was all leading to something. It was all going to culminate with something. That's why I watched all the Avengers, and that's why I watched these individual films, right? It was fun. You were on a journey towards something. And now Thanos is gone. I mean, Ant-Man beat Kang the Conqueror in like a split fucking second. You have the multiverse with infinite fucking villains and infinite fucking characters that if they die, oh cool, we'll just find another one from another universe. And it's just like, to me, there's no point because there's no stakes. It's not leading up to anything anymore. It's just a whole bunch of characters existing in this open void of shit that is easily replaceable at any given moment. I don't care about anything. There's nothing that's leading up to anything. There's nothing that's like, yeah, you could Doctor Doom with Robert Downey and stuff like that, but like, well, Avengers, something, I don't know, bro. That's why. I figured it out. For the longest time, I couldn't really put a finger on it, but that's why. It's like, there's no purpose for any of these characters anymore, to me, in my opinion. Oh my god, please. Wait.
Feed on YouTube.
Did he change? Jeremy? Did he change his name? Dude, this is Geeks and Gamers. This must be a second channel or something. I knew I recognized his face. I haven't seen a Geeks and Gamers video pop up on my feed in a while. I think that's because I forgot to find his channel on my new account that I've been using all this time. Not my old. I was subscribed to him on my old account. I completely forgot. Yeah, Geeks and Gamers. Okay. Well, you know what? Let me just subscribe, and then Geeks and Gamers will pop up later. Yeah. I prefer this Jeremy to the other Jeremy, the quartering.
And it's the 2024 presidential election in 400 seconds. This is a pretty good recap of everything that happened. We all lived this. We all witnessed this. It was incredible.
A candidacy for president of the United States.
DeSantis is going to launch his bid on Twitter.
All right, sorry about that. I think we are kind of melting the servers.
Wait, do you remember that? Do you remember when DeSantis wanted to drop that? And they did it on Twitter Spaces, and the servers crashed, and they could never get it. Failed.
I don't know why they tried to do it on Twitter. Like Twitter was built for that. Like, yeah, it can house a lot of people, but like something of that magnitude, a live stream, they could have done it the old-fashioned way, right? Like they do on TV, public broadcasting.
Failure to launch is what that was. Failure to launch.
Bid on Twitter.
All right, sorry about that. I think we are kind of melting the servers.
I don't have 6-inch heels. Because his cowboy boots. And he's walking like...
She made fun of me for actually joining TikTok while her own daughter was actually using the app. You might want to take care of your family first.
Leave my daughter out of your voice. You're just
the easy answer. Nikki is corrupt. This is a woman who will send your kids to die.
You do this at every debate.
You say
no, don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. The most obnoxious blowhard in America. So shut up for their life.
The Democratic nomination for President of the United States. And they have a picture of me supposedly eating a dog.
That's been the
What?
Hard in America. So shut up for their life.
The Democratic nomination for President of the United States. And they have a picture of me supposedly.
Oh God, God damn. Do you guys want to know like why I don't comment on politics too much? It's not my main thing here on this channel. We stick to military news, try not to laughs, just like relevant videos, pop culture, video games, things of that nature. This isn't like a political channel. And while I could do that, bro, it's so exhausting, isn't it? Doesn't it seem so exhausting?
The dog.
That's been the work of my first term, to fight for our democracy. That's why I'm running for re-election.
The indictment that showed 34 counts of falsifying business records.
We have never seen before a presidential mugshot.
Accordingly, I am today suspending my campaign.
Biden campaign challenged Donald Trump to debate as soon as next month. This would be by far.
Oh, mind you, I'm willing to guarantee that in this clip, Joe Biden had cancer. I'm almost willing to guarantee that this motherfucker had cancer his entire presidency.
Trump to debate as soon as next month. This would be by far the earliest general.
God, dude, I truly don't know if he really doesn't know where he is, but Joe Biden has the amazing, incredible ability to always look like he has no idea where the fuck he is. Maybe he truly doesn't know where the fuck he is. Maybe he does know where he is, but the look on his face, he just has a natural ability to be like,
as soon as next month.
Where's Jill? She said we were going to the library. I don't see any books in here. Oh. Yeah, it's crazy.
This would be by far the earliest general election debate in history.
And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the
I've seen this clip. This is a very popular clip, and it's very hilarious because Donald Trump's answer is hilarious because Donald Trump's answer is literally what we all said when we saw this.
In history.
And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. So what do we do about this?
It's going to be with dealing with everything we have to do with.
On behalf of the Democratic Party, I throw it in. Biden's done.
There is a conversation happening.
We finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden.
There is time for this party to figure out a different way.
I remember after that debate, the meltdown from the mainstream was like,
and they could not say shit to us. That was the best part of all of it, is that this happened, and bro, all of the opposition, Democrats, liberals, even fucking shills, even that little Harry Sisson, that little fairy, they couldn't cry racism, they couldn't cry bigotry, they couldn't cry Nazism, they couldn't cry Orange Man bad. No, that was just a complete fucking shitting of the bed by Joe Biden, and y'all actually had to deal with that reality, and there was no excuse you could use to cover it up or make it look pretty. Oh, that shit was so beautiful.
nothing I'd ever seen, man. They were freaking out. It was so funny.
But you challenged me to a golf match. You can't hit a ball 50 yards. I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. I've seen you swing. I know you swing. Let's not act like children. You're a sucker.
Yo, the fact that these conversations are allowed to happen in a presidential debate, it almost makes it a fucking joke, bro. Really. This is like the highest echelons of power in the fucking nation, and they're going back and forth with their egos about fucking golf. Yes, I'm talking about Trump too. They're going back and forth about fucking golf. Shut the fuck up, dogs, dudes, bros, my mans. Shut the fuck up. Ugh.
You're the loser.
You know why they're doing this? You know why they put up this feeble old man, this elder abuse that they're doing right now? God damn it, get him out of there! Are you nuts?
But you wanted him in there at the very beginning. Joe hasn't changed either. That just goes to show you how disingenuous people like this.
Right now.
That just goes to show you how disingenuous people like this fat fuck right here actually are. Joe Biden hasn't changed since he first ran. Since he first decided he was going to run for president, that man has not changed. He's been the same the entire time. Lost in the fucking sauce. Can't fucking read. Doesn't know where he is. Can't ride a bike. Can't walk upstairs. Can't read a teleprompter. He's been the same man since the fucking beginning. And then it takes all this time for you to finally realize that? Y'all are fucking garbage. Shut up, Cenk. You fat fuck. You fat illiterate dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up.
God damn it, get him out of there! Are you nuts?
All that manufactured fake fucking outrage. Dog, you knew that this man wasn't up for the job 4 years ago. Shut the fuck up. No, I don't know how people can take you seriously. There's no way.
Yo, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts.
Kind of pain.
Yeah, and then you have, like, his fucking wife up there praising him. Cool. Donald Trump was up there, you'd have some random motherfucker talking about, how are you gonna fix the planet, Donald? But instead, you got his whack-ass wife up there saying, you've done such a good job, Joe. You probably don't even know what you did, but you fucking did it, homie. I love you, and so do they. They don't know why, but I'm gonna tell them to love you. All right.
You answered all the questions, Joe. You did a great job.
Needs me to say this today. President Biden needs to step down.
Take a look at what happened. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. I stand before you only by the...
Dude, he really will be one of the most remembered presidents in the history of time. I can't, like, I wasn't alive during Kennedy, which, like, that was like a superstar of a president for the time, right? Kennedy was very popular. Very wealthy family. They were like fucking... They were like almost kings and queens, really. The Kennedys, right? What other president had that, like... He will forever be one of the most talked about presidents. 2 presidential assassinations. Ran 2 terms after losing one to quite possibly cheating. And... think what you want about him and his policies and what he's done for the country, but he will go down as one of the most iconic presidents, one of the most talked about in the history of this planet. Generations upon generations upon generations in the future, after we're all dead and fucking gone, and maybe YouTube don't even exist anymore, they're still going to be talking about this fucking guy. It's wild.
Grace of Almighty God.
Enough was enough! And I said, let Trumpomania rule again!
J.D. Vance was take money to be former President Donald Trump's running mate in 2024.
Joe Biden screwed up, and my community paid the price.
To sure he's going to win in a landslide.
My fellow Americans, I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
Harris riding a wave of newfound optimism.
No, the best way forward is for that generation to force you the fuck out. Really. Because they knew that Kamala couldn't win on her own. They knew that Kamala couldn't win against Trump, man. And guess what? She tried and fucking failed. What they were afraid to happen at the very beginning had they gone with her ended up happening towards the end. She faced Donald and fucking lost. They did not want that. They wanted Kamala in there from the very fucking beginning. They did. But they went with Joe because they had no faith in Kamala. They knew that people wouldn't vote for her, man. So what do? You get the one dude that people might vote for, and then boom, little old switcheroo. Which it kind of makes sense, man. I feel like Joe Biden's had cancer this whole fucking time, so they were like, you know what? Get his ass elected. We have no faith in Kamala. She can't fucking do it, bro. Listen to her. She's completely competent. yet for some reason speaks in more riddles than Joe Biden. How is that even possible? Joe has an excuse. He's fucking geriatric. So I believe they knew that he had cancer the whole time. Let's just put this fucker in here. After 4 years, we'll discover the cancer. We'll tell the people. We'll force his old ass out. We'll get Kamala in there. Right at the very fucking end. But it's one thing they never count on, bro. They never count on Donald Trump. They always forget. And
in the Democratic
Donald Trump has aces in the hole, right? So y'all are going to have to deal with that. If I were y'all, I would stop reacting to Donald Trump with what y'all do with your party, with your political party. I would stop reacting to Donald Trump and I would start reacting to his aces in the hole, right? Remember the movie The Dark Knight, where Batman spent his entire time fighting Joker when he actually should have been fighting Harvey? You create aces in the hole. You create a little team that will take over for you when you're gone, right? That's what Joker did. He planted all these little fucking chaotic cells inside of Gotham and then activated them at the right time. That way, even if he got caught, his plan still goes forward, right? So this political party, they don't see that far in the future. Democrats, they don't look in the future at all, man. They just, day to day, they're just reacting to Donald. That's it. Instead of reacting to his successor. What's going to come after Donald is what you need to be focused on. But nope. In typical retarded fashion, it's just like, oh my God, he had lobster today. Where? What restaurant did he have lobster at? That must be a Nazi restaurant. That's the way y'all behave. That's why you're going to continue to lose. That's the way y'all think. That's why you're going to continue to lose. Every single time. Because it's brain dead moronic thinking that goes nowhere. Because it has nothing to do with your goal.
Party. Charlie XCX supposed to quote, Kamala is bread.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
That is the
I don't know what that means.
Oh my God.
That's painful.
Kamala is bread.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
That is the laugh of a crazy person.
There's something wrong with Kamala.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black.
A bunch of childless Catholics.
Yeah, wasn't she Indian at one point? I think. And it wouldn't be surprised me that if at one point she was Hispanic. That's one thing that stupid people don't realize about Kamala Harris is that she'll change up her race, she'll change up the way she speaks, she'll change up the way she dresses, she'll change up the way she walks if it will help her get a vote. The most fakest fucking person, but then again, that's most politicians. It's just like she's over the top with it. And it's just like, ugh. It's kind of off-putting. And some people eat that shit right up. Oh, she said she like hot sauce. I like hot sauce. I'm voting for Kamala. Okay. Right.
Ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made.
Well, it's true. These guys are just weird. They're running for He-Man Women Haters Club or something.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you fucking coward. You abandoned your unit in a time of war. You're the biggest goddamn coward here. Holy shit. Fuck this guy the absolute most.
Picks Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as running mate.
But that's why you got picked as a running mate. Only a fucking coward, man. Really think the Republicans would pick you ever? No. One look at your fucking history and it's just like, nah, we're gonna get roasted if we hire this fucking guy. Coward. Abandoned your unit when you were in the service. And you were the highest ranking officer. Coward. Pathetic. The fuck out of here.
And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. You are my entire world, and I love you.
Hope, your dad's a coward. And if that's your son, it makes sense. Look at him crying these little fucking tears.
We're down a field goal. We're on offense, and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. 1 inch at a time. 1 yard at a time.
This dude watched... This dude watched fucking... What is it? Any Given Sunday before he made this speech, trying to channel his inner Al Pacino. Oh no.
We're down a field goal. We're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. 1 inch at a time. 1 yard at a time.
1 inch at a time?
One phone call at a time. One door knock at a time. We got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field.
But America, we are not going back.
Time to sleep when you're dead, huh? Do I have to remind you that you abandoned your goddamn unit?
We are not going back. On behalf of everyone who's
you remember this cringe photo op they did? They had found a little black girl to sit there and go, this is what you can become.
It reminds me of something North Korea would do. You got this little North Korean child, and up there you got Kim's fat ass spewing lies and propaganda and tricking these young kids into thinking bullshit, really. That's what it looks like. Except instead of all red, it's blue right there.
You can become the president of the United States one day. Everything about this campaign was cringe. Everything about it. It was all so forced. It was all so fake.
Yeah, like when Hillary Clinton was like forcing this whole fucking I'm with her. That was her slogan. Y'all remember that? I'm with her. And then when you ask motherfuckers why they're with her, they say, to smash the glass ceiling. Oh, so no policy, no foreign policy, nothing about the country, right? Like no debt, no military stuff, no infrastructure, no money for schools. We're not worried about that. Just breaking that glass ceiling, making sure we get a female in there. Fuck if the country goes good, we just need a female in there. And that was the whole sentiment. And how the fuck can you win off that? We got no ideas, but we're a woman. What? That's what that sounded like to me. That's why you lost. When you have no ideas at all, or no plan, and the only thing you're running on is her, bruh, what do you think? What do you think? So naive. That's why y'all lose, bro. That's why y'all lose. Okay. Oh. Daniel, I think that's what that is. What's good, dog? Woo! It got cold.
Freedom.
Story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth. I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris, suck it, bitch. Thank you.
I forgot that she walked up to him and introduced herself as Kamala Harris. God, that looked so bad.
Let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris, suck it, bitch. Thank you.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
Pregnant women suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that.
Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. She was big on defund the police. Wait a minute, I'm talking now.
I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference. He talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter, windmills cause cancer, and what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early.
You know, it's really hard as the party that can't define a woman and as the party that thinks it's okay to let biological males compete against biological females. And it's so funny that you said it's rich, because it is rich that you say those things, that you think those things, yet you want to give Donald Trump shit about like, oh, he's saying this or he's making up this or listen.
Economic crimes, election interference. He talks about fictional characters like...
He talks about fictional characters and all this stuff and blah, 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 and election interference and all this. Bruh, seriously? You want to talk about La La Land? You want to talk about fairy tale world? Oh no, I don't think you do. I don't think you do. Again, that's why you lost. That's why you lost.
Hannibal Lecter, windmills cause cancer, and what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
Just let me respond as to the rallies. She said people start leaving. She can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. Oh, that won by a lot.
Bro, I love that she accused Trump of all of these horrible things. And the only thing Trump got offended over was that she
was the fact that she said people left his rallies.
said people leave his rallies early. He goes, okay, hold on. All right,
that stuff may be true, or it could be slander. But I draw the goddamn line at my rallies. We have the best goddamn rallies in the world.
That's too far. He's like,
but that just goes to show you. Let's just say everything she said was true, and Donald Trump is X, Y, and Z, right? The fact that he still won tells you everything you need to know. If you actually had a fucking plan, you would have beat X, Y, and Z. But because you have no fucking plan, this incomprehensible X, Y, and Z becomes reality, and you're just like, oh my god. Oh my god.
Like, you could say all these things about me, but people aren't leaving my rallies. Like, I love that. That is the most Trumpian thing ever.
Respond as to the rallies. She said people start leaving. She can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. Oh, that won by a lot.
Did she get you rattled?
Yeah. No, not at all.
You seemed a bit rattled.
He was also incredibly...
Oh, God. That was like a typical woman right there. Jesus Christ. That's what that was. Just leave me alone. Did she rattle you? No, she's an idiot, and I'm Donald Trump. You seem rattled. Okay, well, you're fake news probably, so I'm not going to talk to you. That's kind of pointless. You're a waste of fucking time.
You rattled?
Yeah. No, not at all.
You seemed a bit rattled.
He was also incredibly distractible tonight. He took the bait on nearly every question.
I don't think Donald Trump was well prepared.
Wait, hold on. What? Taylor Swift's endorsement backfires on Kamala Harris. Just 8% said Swift approval would make them more likely to vote Miss Harris, with 20% saying they'd be less likely. Yeah, because who can really take Taylor Swift all that seriously? The girl made a career about talking shit about ex-boyfriends. What could you hope to learn from Taylor that you couldn't learn from, I don't know. Donald J. Oh, I hate Taylor Swift. I think a lot of people feel that way because, like, so unbelievably goddamn tired of seeing her plastered everywhere. And it's like...
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that. And I appreciate it. Okay, Christ have mercy. It is awful.
Is cocaine a stronger up? Yeah. It's so usually your way.
Yo, have y'all ever noticed that whenever Theo Von talks about cocaine, he clenches his teeth every single time? I don't know if it's like PTSD or just like nostalgia, but like every time the conversation switches to cocaine, Theo Von's like, "Yeah, man, I just fucking, you know, goddamn 8-ball, bro. I just inhale one snort. It's all it takes. Just fucking,
Breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes, I hear that.
Here's one thing that, like,
House, they're getting shot.
Here's one thing that if I was a president, I would not do. I would not go onto Oprah. I wouldn't. If I was a presidential candidate. Because, guys, who fucking watches Oprah? I've never had the desire to watch Oprah. Like, I don't have anything against her. I don't hate her, right? It's just like, there's nothing about her show Like, she interviews famous people, but guess what? So does the guy from Hot Ones. He interviews famous people. There's nothing about the Oprah show that I find any kinds of like entertaining, informational, nothing, bro, nothing. I couldn't think of a more boring thing to watch. Oprah, I feel, is something that, like, if my grandmother was still alive, if either of them were still alive, my grandmother would be watching Oprah. None of us, like, I feel like none of us younger than fucking 60 watch this show. So it's just like, I would not go on this show, man. It really, I don't really feel like it would help you.
Yes, I hear that. And prevent World War III, which is going to happen. Kamala, you're a vice president. Get the hell out of here, fired.
Oh, you guys are at the wrong rally. I think you meant to go to the smaller one down the street.
Was that her response to Jesus is Lord? You're at the wrong rally? Yikes. Way to read the room, Kamala. Or maybe that was just taken out of context. I don't know.
I literally lose sleep over what is at stake in this election. I end the day pretty much every day asking myself, what can I do more?
I don't think you did anything, Kamala. I think you suffer from the same thing that Hillary Clinton suffered from. Is you had a whole bunch of people in the media, and you had a whole bunch of dumbass advisors that kept blowing smoke up your ass and saying, you're gonna win, girl. You're gonna win, girl. You're perfect. You're beautiful. The people love you. Just get out there. You don't even have to say anything. Just let your presence speak for you, queen. Do it. And then y'all did fuck all. And guess what? Y'all lost. Y'all lost in spectacular fashion. Because while Donald Trump was out there campaigning, bro, Donald Trump campaigned until the last fucking second. The last fucking second. What did y'all do? More importantly, what did Hillary do? Bro, I'm telling you, that's why she lost. This man campaigned every single second of his term. Meanwhile, you sit in your fucking office getting phone calls talking about, you got my vote? Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me your vote. I truly appreciate it. And then you just do nothing the rest of the day, I guess, because you get out what you put in. Wait. Terminated with 5. Cops hunt down 16-year-old mass shooter. Midwest safety. Okay, we'll knock that one out. Do you want me to do that one or the other one? That didn't you request a different one?
That's a pretty great video, man. That's a pretty great video.
It is a pretty great video. And man, politics. The longest running reality television series in the history of time. Sometimes that's how I feel. Sometimes I feel like it's just a show, bro. It's a show. What do I feel? I feel like there's a show, and every 4 years there's a battle for a new season. Are we gonna renew from the last 4 seasons? Or are we gonna cancel our subscription and go with a new service and see what they can offer us, right? You know, in the world of streaming, we got so many options. We got Netflix, Hulu, Amazon, all this stuff. But in politics, you only got 2. So, I mean, technically, you got more than that, but only 2 ever end up winning because no one wants to vote for a fucking libertarian, which is where I fall under. No one wants to vote for the independents. Just no matter how great they are, how good they speak, or their ideas, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't even matter their funding. No one votes for them. It's just, it's very basic. Red or blue. Fun. She still owes Ice Spice or Megan Thee Stallion money for performing for her? Really? I think it's cringe when any politician uses celebrities, but me thinking that is not going to stop it from happening. It's still going to happen. Republicans and Democrats both do it. I think it's cringe, man. Like, as a voter, if you need a famous celebrity to guide you mentally, logically, and informationally about a presidential candidate, bro, I'm sorry. I think you're stupid. I think you're stupid. Like, I don't know, man. I just feel like that is such a personal decision. Really. It is. Would you ask Martin Scorsese what religion you should worship? No, you just worship your own fucking religion because you made that choice. Right? Because you looked at all the religions and you landed on one. You were like, this one's good for me. I didn't need to talk to anybody about it. I didn't need to ask anybody about it. I didn't need to inquire with anybody about it. I just picked it because it's what it is for me. Yeah, when it comes to politics, there's some people out there, they're just like, I wonder what Howard Stern thinks. I can't make a decision until I know what Howard Stern thinks. I think you're stupid if you do that. I do. In the worst fucking way. It's like... yeah, Trump had Hulk Hogan. Like, bro, get the fuck off my screen, Hogan. Get off my screen. Get off all of our screens. Eminem, get off our screens. No one gives a shit. You don't sway anything, bruh. You're just in the way. That's it. Ugh. Anyways. Alright, what's next? I can't wait to watch this later on my own. Examining all of Tory Lane's new evidence. Why it doesn't look good. I think Tory Lane's kind of a girl, but that's what happens. Let's see. Drago, I hope you're here for that. Melvin Gregg, the greatest Denzel Washington scene ever. The greatest Denzel Washington scene, in my opinion. Bro, and there's so many. God damn, there's so many. But, in my opinion, iconically, I can't think of any other moment that's better, any other scene that's better by Denzel Washington than the final scene of Training Day. Oh, you motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. I'm putting cases on all you bitches. Like, bro, that scene... that scene... Jake! Like, that scene is so good. One of my favorite scenes that he's ever done. And I'm sure I could probably think of another one that's of equal caliber. Just as good, but, man... that one Training Day scene. This is only 8 minutes. Fuck it, let's do it. Christian, you still here? And then we'll do, David, if you're here, we'll do yours. A long video about aliens. And then Vince, since yours is the longest, so naturally we're just going to save yours for last. And for this, I'm changing the scene. We don't need to be in this, I don't think. Actually, we'll do this one next since it's a donation. And then we'll do... that. No, we'll do it right now. I already talked about it. No, actually, you know what, Christian? Nah, we're gonna have to do that on Twitch. That is either gonna get the stream blocked, or that's gonna give me, like... that's gonna behave stupidly. I'm not doing that. I just realized that. We're on YouTube. I can't do that. Sorry. We have to... that we'll have to do on Twitch. We cannot do that here on YouTube. And it's 8 minutes. Oh, Man on Fire? Yeah, that one has some good scenes too. So yeah, let me go ahead and do this one then. Cops hunt down 16-year-old mass shooter. I really do have a feeling that's just gonna get the straight. But then again, maybe he's just talking about it. Maybe he's just breaking it down and going over it and explaining why it's such a good scene. Maybe that's the case. Maybe I don't have anything to worry about, but we'll see. Let me knock out Terminators first because it was a donation. And since we're doing this, we're gonna go ahead and put it back. We're gonna go ahead and put it back here. We'll put it back on this scene so that y'all can see more of what we're trying to look at. What was it? Midwest Safety. And
on March.
Wow, this just came out. What the fuck was I gonna say? If my camera gets in the way of anything, let me know. Okay? This must have been very recent because this came out 29 minutes ago. Okay. Cops hunt down 16-year-old mass shooter.
On April 28, 2024, exclusive body cam footage of a sergeant from the Seminole County Sheriff's Office in Florida shows the immediate response to a mass shooting inside an event venue. The investigation proceeding reveals shocking surveillance footage of the incident, as well as the surprising verdict. Proceeding reveals shocking surveillance footage of the incident, as well as
hold on.
Venue. The investigation proceeding reveals shocking surveillance footage of the incident, as well as
from that footage, it only looked like 3 people. It looked like 3 people, which I think 3 or more is considered a mass shooting. I think, by definition. I only saw 3 people get hit here. A couple of bullets hit the pool, hit the water. I could see the splash.
It's the surprising verdict of the shooter.
I can't hear with all the noise.
What are you yelling at, lady? Can you like? What are you?
Footage of the incident, as well as the surprising verdict of the shooter.
I know you're not talking to the cops, you ratchet ass bitch. I know you're not talking to the cops. They just got there. That's up to the venue. And y'all up in there probably acting a fucking fool anyways. You better watch your goddamn tone, lady.
I can't hear with all the noise. Don't you move. Who else? Who else? Nobody. He's on shooter. You got at least 1 hit.
No, you got 3 people hit. At least that's what I saw. You probably don't know yet, but cops hunt down 16-year-old mass shooter. They must have fast forwarded the hunt because like 58 seconds they got him.
Where? He stays right there. 214 Seminole. Apparently we got a victim hit on the premises with a gunshot. Get FT started. Hey, Nick, with me. Let's find this victim. Hey, somebody shot over here, sir. Okay, hey, I got it. I got it. Yes, no. And we still got a female down over here. We got a male.
Somebody is hit over here on the other side. Let's
We
go.
got multiple people down with gunshots. Where's he hit at?
Oh, he got shot in the leg, or quite possibly in the ass. You got to tie that
Set
tighter.
off higher on his leg.
Yeah.
Huh? Higher on his leg.
Good try, but yeah.
All right, come on, let's go.
So that was good on their part. They applied a tourniquet, which was that's good, man. Smart on them and very quick thinking on their part. Tie it a little bit higher, bro. Like anytime it as high as you can. You want to stop that bleeding, like. But yeah, y'all did good.
Who shot over here?
I think it's 3 people, man. I saw 3 people go down.
Give me your shirt.
He's right there. He's over there. Who's here? Somebody.
Give me your
You got
shirt.
shot. Right there. 2 people down there.
No, give me your shirt. Give me your shirt.
Hey, Nick.
Some of these people that are shot, they have adrenaline going through their body, and they probably ran the fuck away, and they're probably in the process of bleeding out right now. So y'all need to find them fast.
Nick, do you have that firearm? Secure it in your pocket.
I got a kit right here.
Well, no. If the adrenaline is still going, those veins are going to contract, and you probably won't bleed that much. It's when your body relaxes and that adrenaline's gone, that's when the blood will start flowing. So hurry the fuck up.
Who's with the other guy?
One of my other guys.
Go with him.
What's the word? Where is she hit at? Where is she hit at?
Where's she hit at? Where's she hit at?
When shots were fired, people jumped out the back windows and fell all the way down to the ground to get to safety, which caused this female's injury.
Have her stay there. We got
She didn't even get shot. She just, all right.
paramedics coming.
That was that I guess that was a far drop.
Man, have you been hit by a gunshot?
No, I'm good, bro.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm just like.
He hit the ground really hard. He's fine though.
They thought everybody out here seems to be okay. Hey, have somebody stand by with her. She jumped out of the back and got hurt. I can't hear anything on the radio. They're trying to attack him. Everybody back up, everybody. Right now.
He's the shooter.
I know. Hey. Stand up. Stand up.
Do what they say. Call you over.
Oh, I thought that was saying something important.
Sir, no, I didn't, sir. Walk over here to my car.
Bro, no, I didn't, bro.
Right there, don't you move. Right there. I got the shooter in custody.
I didn't shoot no one, sir. Bro, I didn't shoot nobody, bro.
We're gonna take him to the hospital.
No, leave him right there.
Oh, man, he's doing
FD's coming, he's fine.
I didn't shoot nobody. Bro, yes, the
Hey, don't talk to him. If you
Yo, oh my god, I cannot take the ratchetness. Please, for the love of God.
saw it, stand over here. Stand over.
Yeah, okay, we get it. He's in handcuffs. He's about to go to jail. Get the fuck out of the way.
Stand over. Stand over here.
It wasn't me.
Oh my god, the cops are really not doing a good job of handling this situation. Like, y'all need to get all these people the fuck out of here. Y'all need to clear out that venue. There needs to be no one inside. You're gonna have CSI go in there, look for bullet casings, look for like a whole bunch of shit, man. Get these people the fuck out. I'm getting upset. I'm getting annoyed. I like, my brain hurts.
Looks like I've got another female gunshot victim.
You don't get these ratchet ass hoes away from me, man. Jesus Christ. Someone come slap these bitches for me.
Ace to the leg.
It wasn't me.
I'm gonna kill you and your mama.
See? Oh my god. Dude, put him in the car! This is stupid. This is a stupid ass video. First off, the title's all fucked up. Cops hunt down, there is no hunting. He got caught immediately. And now we're having to deal with, like, the perfect examples of black fatigue, I guess.
Back up! You're going to jail!
Now you're going to jail for assault because, oh my god, retards. All of you.
It wasn't me, sir. Hey, I need to get this guy secured.
You could put him in the car.
Trying to attack him.
Hey, get back! Hey, you won't get back!
There's somebody around the corner that's apparently been hit in the leg. Have him bring up here. Tell them not to move this guy.
Raise that jacket up and tell me it's a jacket to his head.
What?
Tell me if it's a jacket to that. I'm not drunk. Let me see if it's a jacket. Let me see if it's a jacket. You shot me.
Guys, back up. Back up. Let's go. Back up.
We'll get
Back up. Back up. Back up.
You got a cage? Come on.
Yes, sir.
Secure him. Hey, pat him down one more time. We got the gun, though.
I swear to God.
Hey, did we get him tourniquet? Okay, excellent.
Tourniquet.
I know your guy had a kit, so.
He got grazed.
All right, so just these two right now.
Yes.
Yes.
To knowledge, yes.
What else you need?
Hey, guys, do me a favor. Start asking these people if anybody actually saw it. If they didn't, we need to start clearing people out of here. Okay, what's that? If they did, we need them to stick around them. All right, Nick, let's start isolating who were witnesses, who saw anything.
Apparently, the girl who got shot said she has everything on video.
Run in and see if you can make contact with Jason and see if he can pull up the security camera footage inside and see if they've got everything on that, too.
Okay, I still have the guy's firearm on me.
Okay, just hold on to it. Actually, you know what? Walk it over to Jerry and hand it off to Jerry. That's the gun they pulled off of him? Right. Okay, so just secure it in your car and keep everything with this guy. Does he have the mag, too?
Yeah.
Okay.
What hospital are you going to?
Lake Monroe.
Where's the suspect?
He's in Jerry's car.
Okay.
We secured him. I had to hide him behind the fence here because people were trying to get at him.
Just one shooter, right?
What's that? Just one.
How would you handle a mass shooter if you were in that situation? This wasn't even a situation. The police showed up after the fact. The shooting happened and then the police showed up. Like, and they have the guy in custody. And they let the guy linger in front of all these would-be pissed off people for no fucking reason. Maybe the guy didn't have a cage in his cruiser and didn't want to put him in there. Because that's what he asked the other officer. He's like, do you have a cage in your car? Because maybe he didn't in his. But like, oh dog, this is just like such a shit show. It's starting to calm down now, but the very beginning of it, good lord. I just, ugh.
Yeah. It was at least 10. It sounded like at least 10.
Yeah, it was.
You were here too?
Yeah, we were both standing out front. We're gonna pop, 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 pop. All right, all these people that aren't involved need to get out of here. Right here.
I'm trying to get them gone. They're trying to look for some shit. They won't listen to me.
Where did the actual shooting take place?
Right here.
Hey, listen. Everybody listen to me.
My sister has her keys and need that. Can you please?
Okay, I need everybody out of here. This is an active crime scene now.
We leaving. But my sister didn't need that. She want to give me her keys.
Okay.
She the one who got shot.
Okay.
Okay. Do we know where her keys are at? Where
She has them. She has them. I'm trying to leave them. I'm trying to go. We're from Daytona.
Okay, well, I don't know. She's going to CFR. You can go up there and get the keys from her. But in the
Okay,
interim,
thank
I
you.
need everybody out
Okay,
here.
all right.
Ladies, I appreciate you sweeping up, but I don't need you sweeping up any potential evidence, so I need everybody out of this area, please. How about you, partner? Did you witness what
One time y'all decide to clean on your own volition. You don't even have to.
happened?
Nah.
I need you out of here, buddy.
Yeah, we go DJ.
Once you get your stuff, go out. That's the longest way possible to get out of here.
All right.
Don't step through here or anything, okay?
All right.
You didn't sweep anything, did you?
No, I almost swept that. I almost swept that, and then I saw it.
Leave everything. Leave everything. Just get out of my crime scene, please. Yes, please. Walk that way. Walk that way. Walk around the
Y'all
screen.
should have left
Man,
already.
walk around. No, walk around the screen.
Y'all
I got
should have left
evidence right
already.
here.
I've never seen a shooting happen and motherfuckers linger mere feet away from where the shooting happened. The only people with good survival skills that are actually worth the fuck at this club that actually have a functioning brain are the people that jumped off the balcony. Everyone else, technically, y'all should be dead. If this guy had something bigger than a pistol that could put out more rounds per second than a pistol, so many of you are dead because y'all have the survival instincts of a fucking roly-poly. Holy ass.
Hey, man.
You the man. Yeah, you the man. Just say it.
Need you guys to get going, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job, brother.
We saw you guys run in the front door, so we tried to run in the side in case somebody tried to run out away from you. But we couldn't get out because people were flooding out the back door. Wherever that's at.
He literally was right here, and I seen his arm lift up, and I heard the shot, and I just happened to be like right here in this area. So I just run over and grabbed him, chopped his arm, and pulled his arm down, and he tried to get away. All right,
well, we're definitely gonna need.
Security, yeah, you're gonna need to give a statement. He's gonna have to testify and all that shit. Security, yeah.
Statement from you, man. So hang out for a bit. Hey, the guy that you saw, the guy that you grabbed, you definitely saw him doing this.
100%. When I grabbed him from over there, he kept trying to run, and nobody's getting to me. I held him down.
While officers look at the event venue.
Well, that place is definitely gonna have metal detectors from now on, I guess. But that's kind of hard, bro. That would take forever to let people in. People go to club with belts, jewelry, a whole bunch of shit. But maybe start patting motherfuckers down, I guess. My question is, and this is the biggest question I have, is how does a 16-year-old kid get into a place like that? Alcohol, loud music, what looks like 21 and over type ladies, right? How does a 16-year-old get into a venue like that? How do you get in with a gun? Place has some garbage ass security.
Use surveillance footage. We've obtained this exact file that shows the same footage they're about to watch. A fight breaks out near the corner of the pool, which quickly leads to this suspect discharging their firearm. This is the same male that was arrested in the body cam footage. Surprisingly, he wasn't the only person to fire their gun. Muzzle flashes can also be seen coming from this area in response to the other male firing his gun. More body cam footage shows officers reacting to this exact surveillance footage.
Something happens here, this fight.
You know, when I was 16, I had to learn how to fight. With my hands. In 2025, you pussy-ass kids use guns. What a sad leap that we've made, man. Remember back in the day, at least back in my day, we'd fight, man. Win or lose, you probably became friends afterwards. But these days, whole bunch of pathetic pussies, cowards with no fathers, out here could just learn how to fight. All of yous could just learn how to fight. Pussies with guns, man. Now I understand that in some situations you need a gun to protect yourself, but like, whatever happened to just throwing hands, guys? Talking to all you kids, whatever happened to just throwing hands? My generation, we threw hands. The generation before us, we threw hands. You motherfuckers shoot. Are you just pussies, or did you not have a father to teach you how to be a man? I don't know. Let me know. I would love to know so I could diagnose your problem. I could help some of you, man. I really could. Just like reach down low, grab those testicles. They're there, I promise you. Grab them, right? Realize that you're a fucking man and throw hands. Win or lose, man. Not everyone wins. Even Mike Tyson lost, right? You throw hands like a man. If you got to defend your home, you shoot a motherfucker, okay? And if someone rolls up on you with a gun, you use your gun in response, right? But if you can actually fight with a motherfucker, just fight a motherfucker. But nope, you can't do that these days. Everyone wants to shoot. And the guys that would fight, they don't have time to fight because everyone's so quick to fucking shoot. And even if you do get into a fucking fight, the little bastard that you just beat is just gonna go to his car, open the trunk, grab a gun, come back and shoot you because he grew up without a dad that taught him how to be a man. Never taught him how to be a man, really. So we shoot motherfuckers. Like, you fucking kids of this young generation, y'all are so pathetic and cowardly. It borders on embarrassing, man. Embarrassing. Like, holy shit.
And then you see
your fingers in the way.
Sorry, right here. You see that guy?
Yep.
That's him.
He's right on top.
And that was the kid. That's all it was.
How
boom, right there.
How crazy. Man, look how fast everybody cleared out of there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I can't beat it. Holy shit.
Before getting to the repercussions for the people involved in this incident, even more exclusive body cam footage gives a closer look at the many victims the shooting caused that night.
on my leg. You got shot, baby.
Where's the shooter? Y'all not see nothing? Oh, they already grabbed it. Perfect, perfect, because we got 2 shots out there. We got a female shot in the leg.
So basically, I think that from what it seems like, I don't even think that the person that was supposed to get shot got shot. I think everyone except for the people that those bullets were meant for got those bullets. That's what that's what I'm noticing here. I feel. Because at this point, I think there's 2 gunshot victims that are female. Unless these dudes were fighting over females, which that happens too. I think that's also pathetic and cringe, but by all means, I would not go to jail or lose my life over a female. That at a club, but I mean, hey.
Where they shot? Where's they shot? We got one down back of the cabana too. Where they shot? Where's he shot at?
The police right here. You right here. Come here. The police here.
We got the shooter.
Get your ass down.
I'm going.
Yo, how far exactly is that fall? From the body cam footage, it almost doesn't seem that far. But these people, this fall, I fucked 2 people up. I don't know. Maybe it's the equivalent of jumping off the 2nd floor of an apartment. It won't kill you, but it's gonna fucking hurt.
Oh. Hey, we got 2 more down. Where's he shot?
Right, dude, on camera, it don't look that far. Like, bro, how did you jump off this? Head first? Like, I don't know. But maybe it's further. Maybe the perception, maybe the depth perception of the camera isn't really showing just how far of a drop that was. Yo, Trickster, what's good, man? I've been doing good. About as good as I can be. One day at a time.
Where's he shot?
You got shot? I'm good, bro.
Hey, is she shot?
Where's my mama?
She shot?
No, her back hurt.
Okay, so I'm assuming that fall was like kind of far. Maybe I don't know. I don't know because everyone that jumped is fucked up. Even the dude, and he looks like he's in fairly good shape, and he's like somewhat young.
Hey, are you good?
No.
You shot? What's up? Are you shot?
No, I can't find the car. Please,
what car?
I don't know, but I want to go away from here now. Okay.
Yeah, you're still lingering. She must have came with someone, and she didn't drive.
Just go out that way. Go out that way for now. Put it right here. Right here. If you want, she can sit it down.
No.
Hey.
Thank you.
Just hold it. Just hold it. It's not that deep, but take your pressure off. Sit down for me.
Yeah, sit.
Just lean down. Sit down. Sit down.
Huh? Sit.
Elevated. Sit down.
Come on.
Is this it, bro? Is this it? I feel very led astray by the title, Terminated. I'm not gonna lie. If this is the definition of hunting someone down, then oh no, bro. Because if I decide to upload this, you know what I'm gonna title it? Cops catch 16-year-old mass shooter in 2.5 seconds. Because that's literally what happened. Everything else is just dealing with the situation. What kind of title is that? I thought we were going to maybe do a foot chase. I thought maybe he was going to get away. I thought he was going to slip his handcuffs. I thought he was going to get inside of a car and he was going to take the cops on a chase. That's what I feel is going to happen when I see the word hunt. I feel very led astray by this. I don't want to watch it anymore, to be honest. I feel like I gave this this could have been over in 30 seconds. So, we're off this, man. I don't know. I mean, I gotta finish this first Terminated, and then I gotta edit. and then I have to upload. So by the time I get on, it's like what, 7, 8 p.m. and you're asleep by then. So I mean, I'm down to play, but if you're not awake, then it won't even matter what we plan, you know? Okay. How close are we to finding alien life? Let's just assume that other aliens out there have technology way better than us. They haven't found us yet either. Why is it up to us to find aliens? Why can't aliens find us? And the fact that they haven't found us, let's just assume that their technology is better and they haven't found us yet. What hope does that leave for us to find them? Assuming their technology is better than ours and ours is inferior to them, if they can't find us with better technology, what chance do we have to find them with inferior technology? That's my logic. Really. The universe is too fucking big. And you know what? I'm glad it's so big that it's almost impossible for us to find each other. Because imagine if other planets with aliens were just as close as, I don't know, as America is to Afghanistan. Do you really think we would be in peace with these worlds? Do you really think we would be at peace with these people? We can't even have peace on this rock. What do you think is going to happen if we find other life? What are we going to try to do? Kill it, fuck with it, poke it until it punches us in the face like we do with everything else? But I'm actually glad, man, because imagine we find alien life and we can get to it as easily as we can get around the world. Intergalactic war. That's it. Look what we can do on this planet. We can start war in the blink of an eye because we can get there. Imagine if we could actually get to other aliens, other planets. We would just start a war. Because it's in our stupid ass nature, man. Really. The religious people would lose their minds. Like, it's just... So, I hate to be pessimistic about the whole thing. But we're not going to find aliens in my lifetime, your lifetime, your children's lifetime, or their children's lifetime. We can keep going to space, and we can keep mapping, and we can keep looking, and we can keep staring, we can keep theorizing. The fact of the matter is, it's too big. Even if they exist, we'll never see them. They'll never see us. We'll never cross paths. And in an ever-expanding universe where everything is getting stretched further and further apart, come on, dog. Come on, let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. We're not even close to traveling at the speed of light. We're not even close to mastering interstellar travel. Come on, bro. Let's be real. That's just me, though. Do y'all want this screen or do y'all want the other one? Kevin, what's good? What did I just ask y'all? I feel like I just asked y'all something and I forgot equally as fast. This one? Does it really need to be in a really big screen to see people talk, Christian? It's not like we have to see anything in depth, but... Yo, let me go smoke first. This is 18 minutes of theoretical shit. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry. And then we have the government telling us that aliens exist and shit, and I'm just like, you know, you spent the better half a century telling people that aliens didn't exist and that our conspiracy theories about Area 51 were bullshit. And then you finally, and then one day you say, oh, hey, by the way, aliens are real. Why should I believe you? And at this point, why should I even fucking care? Especially when it's coming from the government. Spent so much time telling me it didn't exist. And now you tell me that it does exist? To me, you know what that tells me? That tells me nothing more than you just want to change the direction that I'm looking. As the government, you're trying to turn my head to look at something else while you do something differently. That's what I feel. Hey guys, there's aliens. Keep reading the news and keep watching us tell you about aliens. While our other hand that's behind our back does other shit. Look at these aliens. That's all I think of. You spend so much time lying about it and now you want to be truthful? Why? Unless you have an agenda. Unless you have something up your sleeves that you're trying to get away with. That you're trying to distract me. That's how I feel whenever the government mentions aliens these days. It's just like, nah, man, you had your chance. You had your chance to prove something to me, but you didn't. And for nothing else, I would love aliens to... And for nothing else, I would just love aliens to be real. For the simple reason of I would just love to see what would happen to all of these religions if verifiable, undeniable proof of a fucking alien landing happened and they got on fucking TV and said, "What up, bitches, we here." I would just love to see what that would do to organized religion, what that would do to specific religions in general, and what would happen there. It would just be an interesting, fun watch for me from the sidelines. Because I have no dog in that fight, but I would just love to see what would happen there. Mainly the coping mechanism. I would love to see how that would evolve. Oh no, here we go.
For me, I think what we're doing right now is a bit like being the map makers. If you go back 400, 500 years, we really didn't know what the shape of the globe was or where the continents were, and people were voyaging out into the unknown and drawing the first maps of what might be out there. And I think a lot of what we're doing right now is kind of similar as astronomers. We are map makers, essentially. We are looking out and trying to draw not the continents, but the maps of the exoplanets that our distant descendants might one day visit and perhaps even build colonies on. Now the question is, why do we have this urge? I think deep down, the natural endpoint of this whole goal of looking for planets is to answer the question, are we alone?
My question is that never mind.
The fact that space is simply so large means this is a challenge that humanity undertakes over not just centuries, but maybe millennia into the future. In the similar way that Galileo 400 years ago was first starting astronomy and couldn't have imagined how astronomy and the discovery of exoplanets and cosmology would be born from his work with the telescope. We have a long journey ahead of us in astronomy too to answering this question about life in the universe, but
we have an even longer, more arduous, even more difficult journey exploring the inside of our own planet, man. There's so much about our oceans that's still undiscovered, unclaimed, unseen, and shit, like massive parts of our planet on the inside, underwater, man. Like a huge percentage of the ocean is undiscovered. Simply for the sole reason of just fucking water pressure, man. It's hard to get down there. But I feel like if you can send shit to space, you can build something equally as awesome to get to the deepest depths. But again, water pressure, dog, is a whole different animal than space. It's space. You thrust yourself forward and you go in a direction until you thrust yourself in another direction. That's how it works. Once you break the Kármán line, it's all up to basically just technical shit and not fucking up. But yes, water's different, but
it is the great question, and a question which I think many of our future descendants will be
I feel like there's aliens under fucking water, man. And not like actual aliens, but just like alien creatures that we've never seen before. And man, I'd be watching some of these documentaries. They discover a new species of underwater creatures, like thousands every single year, by the thousands. So, no, we shouldn't just focus solely on one and ignore the other, which I know that's not the case, but
inspired to continue studying.
I really would love to continue to explore, or just have mankind continue to explore the depths of our oceans. You never know what you can fucking find, man. There's so much of it that's still undiscovered.
My name is David Kipping. I'm a professor of astronomy at Columbia University and director of the Cool Worlds Lab.
Like, isn't it crazy to you that we know what something is and what it looks like millions of light years away? But something that's like literally just like right down there, man, right down there. We can't see it. We still can't see it. And we won't be able to see it for another so many whatever fucking years. Maybe even hundreds. Who fucking knows, man? Ocean's a crazy place. The ocean intrigues me just as much as space does. Sorry, we're done talking.
There's a long history of people claiming planets which look Earth-like, Earth 2.0, Earth twins. I think a famous example was Gliese 581G. That got a lot of people very excited, but of course, within I think 2 or 3 weeks, another independent team showed that this planet was not real. And so we've already had several claims of not only Earth-like planets, but even life. There's been claims of life on Venus, there's been claims of life on interstellar asteroids, and of course there's many UFOs that we often hear about. And so there is a sense of exhaustion at this point. I think a lot of people probably naively assume that we have a whole bunch of Earth twins at this point. And
when you tell me that there's life on another planet, I assume bacteria. That's what I assume, the lowest form of life, man. And at this point, bro, spare me that information. For real, honestly. Scientists, astrologers, astronomers, whatever the fuck, man. Spare me that information. Cool, you found bacteria. Again, on another planet. Great. Oh, you found germs. Oh, you found microbacteria. Again. Okay, you know what, man? You can spare me that. Let me know when you, and he said it too. It's exhausting. Let me know when you find someone like us. Okay? They don't have a face or some kind of mouth, there's some kind of fucking body, skeletal structure that can communicate and is somewhat sentient, bro. I don't want to know about it. Really? It's just the lowest form of life. I kind of don't care.
And that's really not the case. One of the hardest scientific aspects of this is that you can't prove a negative. So I can never prove to you that Mars does not have life on it. I can look at the surface and claim on the surface I am 99% sure there are no microbes. But then you could also say, well, what about underneath the surface? Have you checked there? What about underneath that rock over there? Or behind that canyon or behind that hill? And so I can never totally prove, even on the nearest planet to us, Mars, that it does not have life on it. So
if we're not on it, I guess this man's name is David. David, if we're not on it, it doesn't have life. When it comes to life, bro, I'm sorry, I do not concern myself with anything that's not sentient. If it's not sentient, bro, it doesn't even register as life to me. Yeah, sure, it's life, but to me, it ain't, bro. It's like dirt. It's like grass or debris or trash. It's just like, it's invisible to me, man. It really is. Let me know when you find me. Let me know when you find a doppelganger of me. Let me know when you find a doppelganger of you. Let me know when you just find an actual, tangible thing that's sentient like us. Till then, man.
There is a natural temptation.
I don't need you to look under every rock. Just look at the planet. They got people? No? No life. I do not concern myself with the lesser shit.
To look at anything that seems anomalous, that seems a little bit different, and immediately reach for aliens. And when we're looking for aliens, of course, the question is the Fermi paradox. Then Enrico Fermi asked this question, look, if there's so many good arguments as to why life should be out there, how come we don't see any evidence for them? And Hart's Fact A, named after Michael Hart, points out that there are no aliens on Earth right now. We don't see a civilization cohabiting the Earth with us. We haven't been totally colonized by an alien civilization. It appears to be a very lonely planet with just one civilization, which is us, living on it right now. Now, what I like about Fact A is it's kind of indisputable. It's one of the hardest points we can really say in astronomy. I can't claim that a distant exoplanet doesn't have an extraterrestrial civilization on it, but I can be much more assured about the fact that we are not currently cohabiting the Earth with another alien civilization. For it turns out that even traveling the galaxy at sort of voyage...
I mean, Twitter exists. Sometimes I feel like that's a completely different civilization than what we're actually living in, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Voyager 1, Voyager 2 type speeds, the speeds of our current spacecraft, it should have been eminently possible to have colonized the entire galaxy many times over during its 13 billion year history. And even that claim, as weak as that might seem, does put some interesting limits upon the behavior of other civilizations. It means, really, that a galactic civilization does not exist. That there is no instances of a marauding berserker type civilization that just decided to gobble up every exoplanet, every real estate it could find, and turn it into another colony for itself. Because if that happened, the whole Milky Way would have been colonized by now and we wouldn't be here. That is probably one of the strongest data points I think we have.
I'm sorry. I gotta listen to that one more time.
Of other civilizations. It means, really, that a galactic civilization does not exist. That there is no instances of a marauding berserker type civilization that just decided to gobble up every exoplanet, every...
Yeah, dude, like... It's basically the case of if aliens existed, we would have seen them already in the 13 billion years that, you know what I'm saying? It's been so long we haven't seen shit. Dog, how, right? Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Real estate it could find and turn it into another colony for itself. Because if that happened, the whole Milky Way would have been colonized by now and we wouldn't be here. That is probably one of the strongest data points I think we have.
There's also a theory of like, bro, if there is other civilizations, what if they're just like us? What if they look just like us? They talk just like us. They have the same civilization. They got Wendy's, man. They got Lowe's. They got Home Depot. They got NASA. They got a version of Donald Trump, bro. They got Elon Musk, right? But they're still limited by what we're limited. Right? So maybe there are civilizations out there that are just like us, man. And if we found each other, we'd be like, holy shit! But we're not gonna find each other because we're all limited in the same way. So that's another theory that, yeah, you might not have this like marauding intergalactic fucking civilization that's just going around taking over everything like the Viltrumites from Invincible, but that you have other planets out there just like us that they're limited the same way we're limited. And guess what? We'll never find each other. We'll never see each other because it's just too fucking big. And guess what? By the time we can even break these limitations, do our civilizations still exist? I don't know, man. By the time we break these civilizations, what if we're just too far? You know, light speed is fast, but when you're talking about the cosmos, it's I don't know, man. It's like doing 40 miles an hour, I feel.
One of the primary tools that astronomers use to think about the abundance of life in the universe is the famous Drake equation, first written down by Frank Drake. It is essentially the number of stars in the galaxy multiplied by a long list of possible factors, such as how often do you have planets, how often are those planets Earth-like, how often does life begin on those planets, and so on and so on. Now, when we look at this, it's like a narrowing filter, and you can imagine with the rare Earth hypothesis by Ward and Brownlee adding on extra terms, such as having how often does the planet have a large moon? How often does it have the same mass as the Earth? How often does it have the same land mass fraction the Earth has, or the same ocean salinity or chemistry, etc., etc.? And you can imagine adding on hundreds, even thousands of extra parameters onto the Drake equation, which get ever
I think people simply just like another theory, bro. Another theory that I have is that just we're alone. That's it. We are alone in this universe. And there's a lot of people that don't want to entertain that idea. They don't. But what if that's the case, man? What if our existence is like one in infinity, bro? Us existing, us happening, this right now. What if this is just like such a crazy fucking accident within the universe? What if the universe was made to where life wasn't supposed to happen, but it did, right? And we're the one instance of everything across time that, I don't know, man. And that right there just gives you like a different perception of time too, because like technically time doesn't exist, bro. The universe is much bigger than us. We think time exists, but it's just a construct that we created to get through our daily lives. Really, the universe doesn't have time, doesn't work on a clock. It's just ever expanding and ever flowing.
narrower. And of course, if you multiply a very large number of fractions together, you'll eventually get 0. Now, on each one of those criteria, you can make a good case as to why life on Earth indeed requires those conditions. However, we really don't know whether life elsewhere does or does not require the same conditions that we enjoy here on the Earth.
This game.
I don't know. It's like I look at it like oh shit, my bad, I forgot to
Can range from minus 25 degrees Celsius, and then you have other extremophiles which can live at 125 degrees Celsius. But the fact that extremophiles today can survive in such an extreme range of temperatures doesn't mean that life could begin under such an extreme range of temperatures. Maybe the nascent conditions for the birth pangs of life to begin with, the abiogenesis event, the spark of life which created all life on the Earth, maybe that requires very special and subtle temperature range that cannot be violated. These are questions
I think that if you subscribe to the Big Bang, I think that if there's not life by now, in other places there's not going to be life at all, because I don't know, the way that the universe was created is just like it's like taking a handful of sand, right? And you throw it on the ground. You just like wham, you just throw it on the ground. And you notice that when you threw the sand on the ground, a little heart shape formed randomly from you throwing that sand on the ground. And only it was a little heart shape. You're like, oh, dude, how did that even happen? I just randomly threw all this sand that has all these different particles and shit, and I just so happened to get a heart, right? Everything else is scrambled and all fucked up, but there's a heart right here. And you're just like, wow, I can never do that again. I can pick up this sand. I can pick up a handful of the sand, and I can throw it at this spot 50,000 more times, and I will never get that little heart to pop up again. Have you ever done something and you're just like, I could do that 100 times and it'll never happen again, right? I think that's how the universe is, man. The universe happened once, Doug. Once. And what is what is. We were created. That's just it. And You can take a whole bunch of different variables and a whole bunch of different handfuls of sand. You can take a whole bunch of things and keep smashing them together and keep over time, keep eroding or keep melding or keep forming, you know, black holes eat black holes and stuff like that. The universe can do a number of different things. It will never produce the same result that resulted in us. And you just have to look at it like, maybe we really are alone here, man. That might scare some people. It don't scare me at all. But Don, what up, dog? I appreciate the 2. Yeah. But I mean, I don't Don, I hope you're having a good start to your week, man. Just watching.
We just don't know. What were the initial conditions on the Earth that led to the emergence of life? And if you just go another step further, even defining life is an incredibly difficult task, and there is definitely no consensus about how to call such a thing. Maybe it's actually better to call it more like porn, like you will know it when you see it, rather than having a strict textbook definition of it. NASA have certainly tried to have a definition. For a long time, we had a definition from NASA that said it is a self-replicating chemical system capable of Darwinian evolution. And that's pretty good, but maybe chemistry isn't actually necessary. Maybe you could have an AI system or self-replicating technology that would still resemble life in.
What do y'all consider to be life? What's your standard on life? For the exception of an ultrasound. Bro, if I can't fucking see it, it's not life to me. If I need a microscope to fucking see it, I don't really consider it life. Dog, life. Cat, life. The little fucking microscopic little fucking bacteria that I can't even see, that I would have to have like a $4,000 camera to zoom in 27 times to view this shit, I don't consider that life. You know what I mean? If I can see it, touch it, life to me. It's just, again, he said it perfect. You know it when you see it. But if I got to look at it through a fucking microscope and I got to zoom in 50 times, I don't really consider that life, man, to be completely honest. An earthworm, that's life. I can see that. I can pick that up. I can touch that. Right? Ladybugs, roly-polies, there's a lot of small creatures. Crickets, that's life. Right? But, hell, even grass is life, right? Photosynthesis. But, oh no, man.
In many ways, but wouldn't actually involve the kind of chemical systems that we're familiar.
I mean, is it life? Sure, but do I give it any credence or hold it like as any kinds of importance? Not really. It wouldn't be a determining factor. Like, I don't know.
With. And I think this is one of my big problems with the rare earth hypothesis, is that it's a very...
Because it's just like, scientists always pose the question, right? And people always pose the question, are we alone? Well, I mean, technically, if you take something fucking that big, sure, we're not alone. That's kind of lame, right? Like, are we alone in the universe? Of course we're not alone in the universe, man. We got bacteria all over the place on all these planets. That's not what I'm talking about, bro. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. So why even pose the question if we're just gonna like be like, oh yeah, there is life, and it's this fucking bro? We're alone. If you're gonna use that as a standard and basis for us not being alone, yes, there's life on other planets, and it's this goddamn big, bro. We're alone. Stop it. Till we find something my goddamn size that can talk back, bro, we're alone.
Narrow view of how life began and how life must survive on other planets. All of these factors have to be true. It is a singular path, and that is a path which has indeed led to success, but perhaps there are different paths parallel to us, which are completely different, yet also lead to life. And so the Drake equation simply multiplies fractions by each other, but perhaps truly what it is missing is an additive sign. There is a second path below it, a different way of getting to intelligent civilization, and a different way after that, and a different way after that. And it is that addition that we just really can't do without a lot of creativity and discovery, because right now we only have this sole example to look at.
I think we're a 1 in a quintillion event. Really. That's it. Would it be cool if there was other
So there are
life?
two basic strategies.
Would it be cool if there was other life? Fuck yeah. Would it be intriguing to find this planet and send messages to them? Hell yeah. But not that I'm a pessimist or anything, bro. It's just I'm realistic. I'm realistic about this stuff. Like, it's fun to fantasize about, but man, all this talk of life. You know what I'm talking about when we're talking about life, bro. We're talking about life, and then you start to mention bacteria. I'm leaving the conversation. That's not the kind of life I want to talk about. That's not the kind of life I want to theorize about. You know what I'm saying? So like, biosignatures and technosignatures. Man, fuck that life. What good does that do me?
Strategies which we might attempt to search for life in the
We are a miracle, bro. That's my opinion. We are a 1 in a quintillion. Think of the highest number you can short of infinity. We are 1 in that of an instance, I feel. Or the universe is so goddamn big, and every other living organism that's just like us and sentient are hindered the same way we are by technology and just the advancement of their species. They haven't gotten there yet, and neither have we. And again, in an ever-expanding universe, the chances of us meeting each other, I don't think we'll ever know, man. Unless we find a way on how to get past, travel faster than light speed, which you're talking about wormholes there, interstellar travel, right? Unless we can figure that out, man. We can talk about bacteria and fucking all this shit all day, but
the universe. One is with a so-called biosignature, that is a signature of biochemistry essentially on another planet, and a second is a technosignature, the signature of technology. Now, technology obviously requires that not only do you have life, that an advanced civilization also developed on those planets. And so that naturally seems like a smaller piece of the pie to look at. However, those technosignatures could be very, very loud, heard from millions of light years away potentially, and could also perhaps be very persistent. We can imagine a civilization maybe building a beacon or something that could last for billions of years to perpetuate its knowledge into the cosmos. So a simple balance is not so easy in weighing which of these options would be most fruitful. The biosignature case certainly has had, I'd say, greater attention from
NASA Farm Center for Life Detection, search for extraterrestrial life, Mars included. Again, what kind of life are y'all searching for? And then, what was it? Technosignatures, so scanning for technology signatures, and if you have technology there, you have to have some kind of biosignature, right? Because technology doesn't just create itself, right? The iPhone just didn't pop up into existence. Someone made that, right? So they're looking for that. That's good, I guess. I don't know how much that tells us. And if there is alien life out there that has technology and we can detect that technology, what do we do with that? I'm being a smartass. I'm just asking, what do we do with that? But again,
from entities like NASA and government funding agencies, because after all, you don't require all this evolutionary complexity. You can just have simple life and potentially still be able to see them. The way biosignatures work is to look for gases that are emitted into the atmosphere, which are uniquely produced by life. At least that's the theory. The problem is, it's very difficult to find gases which are indeed uniquely produced by life. Lots of gases can be produced through geological processes as a side product, and so that can become a...
You know what else? You know what else gets me? We have found so many planets. We have found so many galaxies. We have found so many planets that could sustain life, right? We found so many planets that are in comparison to Earth, kind of like Earth, right? But again, no one's found us. Isn't that strange to y'all? Like, we have found all this stuff, and there's nothing on any of these fucking planets. But no one has found us. No one has seen us. Or again, maybe they're just limited in the same way that we're limited by our technology, by our ability to space travel, whatever.
A false positive to our search efforts. A classic example of this is oxygen. Of course, plant-based life manufactures oxygen on the Earth through the process of photosynthesis, and so it would seem like oxygen would be a good thing to look for. But we could imagine different types of planets where oxygen is being manufactured without the need for life at all. One possible way this could happen is through a process called photolysis. So ultraviolet radiation from the sun strikes the upper atmosphere, and if there is water in the atmosphere, that water will be split into hydrogen and oxygen, generating a significant amount of oxygen in a planet without any life involved. And so that signature would be a false positive.
Yeah, that's the kind of life I don't care about, Katai. Single-celled organisms. I honestly, truly feel like you're wasting my time when you tell me that you found single-celled organisms on a planet. And I know that one could say, well, once upon a time, Earth was nothing but single-celled organisms, and it evolved into people. Okay, cool. So we found Earth before it was born. Nice. Now we just gotta wait a couple of billion years until Neanderthals start walking it. Is that what you're telling me? Like, man,
for us. If we're not careful, we would interpret that to be life, whereas in fact, it is not. And so astronomers, chemists, biologists, we're involved in this game now of trying to imagine all of the different signatures that life could produce and all of the different confounding factors that might trick us, and trying to find those unique combinations that we really trust as being the smoking gun that this has to be life. And once you have two starts to life in the solar system, that would essentially establish that life really would be everywhere in the universe.
yeah, really, Katai. Like, and I feel like I'm not the only one that feels that way. Like, I was hella intrigued and I was hella excited whenever scientists came out and said, yo, we found bacteria on these planets. Like, remember when they first said that for the first time? I do, right? Yo, we found bacteria, and we found this bacteria, these cells, all this stuff. We found drinkable fucking water. We found actual water, H2O, on a moon close to Saturn or something. I don't know, man. It's all very interesting when you first hear about it, but then 20 years later, man, 30 years later, and you're still telling me about water, and you're still telling me about the same single-celled organisms that you found all that time ago. And it's just like, man, if it's not anything past that, just keep it to yourself. To be honest, man, like, it was great, but like, you're essentially just telling me the same news over and over again. Kind of, like, really.
SETI, S-E-T.
You're giving me the same news year after year. We found bacteria, guys. We found microorganisms. All right. I know. We all know.
EI is the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. It is essentially an effort to try to detect the radio signal.
Don't drink the alien water? That shit, you shouldn't have to learn that from anybody. I wouldn't drink the water in certain countries on this planet, let alone alien water.
Also possibly even more broad than that, laser signals, whatever signals you might want to look for from another civilization out there in the galaxy. Now, there is a strange aspect of SETI. We have this kind of paradox that we are listening for radio signals from beyond, from these other planets, but we don't really transmit much. In fact, when the field first began, it was actually called CETI, and that C stood for communication. Very quickly, they changed their minds and realized that the idea of a two-way communication was maybe a bit ambitious, and it might be better just to focus on searching for the signal rather than truly trying to have a dialogue.
Oh, okay, so let's just say that there was someone out there actually trying to talk to us. We can't translate what the fuck they're saying anyways. Like, hey, we got a message. This is exciting. What does it say? I don't know. No idea. But that looks like an exclamation mark. They're either really excited or very pissed. Couldn't tell you.
In the remote contingency that there are interstellar spacefaring societies, we thought we would put a message on it to indicate a little bit of where we are.
But at the same time, man, sending messages into space, sending our address into space. What if there is another civilization out there that could reach our planet? We told them where we are. Hey, hello. There's about 7 billion of us. We got TikTok, we got Twitter, and we got Chipotle. What up? And this other extremely advanced civilization is like, oh my god, this is an easy dub. Let's go get this fucking planet for resources. Look at them. They're like fucking ants, right? Because eventually this planet's going to run out of resources, and that's what scientists say. We got to search the stars for other resources. So wouldn't that be the first train of thought if you could travel intergalactically? Why would you even make friends? Why would you even bother? If you have the capacity to take whatever the fuck you want, go wherever the fuck you want, fuck making friends. I got 7 billion friends here. Give me your resources. Give me your planet. Oh, you don't want to? Bye. Extermination. We give these motherfuckers our address. What if that's the sentiment? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Am I the only one that thinks of that?
When we are, and who we are.
So on the other side, we have the idea of METI, Messaging Extraterrestrial Intelligence, also called Active SETI. So this is where we actually send out a message hoping to get a reply at some point in the distant future. Of course, that could be hundreds or even thousands of years, given the vast expanse of space beyond us. Now, METI is a little bit controversial. Stephen Hawking had the concern that, maybe we should be very careful about communicating to the civilizations, because whenever you've had a more advanced civilization engage with a less advanced civilization on the Earth, that has usually ended very badly for the less advanced one. And so if you extend this out to the galaxy, maybe we should be careful about sending out our presence into deep space. And certainly this is a trope that has been played with in science fiction as well. If you look at Liu Cixin's The Three-Body Problem, that's where...
Dude, I forgot to finish this show, and I really should, because this show is really, really good. My buddy put me onto it. Three-Body Problem. I didn't need to see this shit play out on TV to understand the implications of what happens when you give a random motherfucker your home address. What happens if you dox yourself on the internet? If you've been on the internet for longer than 5 minutes, what happens if you give your address and your phone number to random strangers on the internet? It's the same thing.
Where we get the idea of the dark forest hypothesis, the idea that civilizations could
No, stop talking about the show. I haven't finished it yet. You're going to spoil.
Be out there, dangerous, marauding ones who want to take over and colonize your planet.
And maybe that's just the pessimistic side of me. If there is other life out there, I only assume that they're the worst. Because, guys, I would be the worst. I would. My planet is running out of resources. I'd be like General Zod. Planet's running out of resources. I tried to tell these motherfuckers. They didn't want to fucking listen to me. So now we're going to colonize Earth. We're going to bring Krypton to fucking Earth. We need these resources. Right? And since we're more advanced than you, we're just going to take it. Because what can you do? Nothing. I know that here on Earth you can use diplomacy. Right? We have NATO. We have the United Nations. We have like the World Council of people that make sure that strife doesn't happen. We still have strife, but not on a massive scale. Who's making the rules in space? Who's making the laws intergalactically? I believe that the ones making the laws galactically on a scale of space are the strongest ones. The weakest person doesn't get to make the rules. The weakest person doesn't get to make the laws. That's just a fact of life, right? So, how do you think it's going to play out for us up there if up there decides to come down to us? I don't know, man. But I'll be standing there laughing, saying "I told you so" right before I die.
And so it's much better to just be quiet. Don't let anybody know that you're here. I do have a bit of an issue with this idea of resistance to METI and resistance to communication. And that's that we, humanity, are already...
See, I thought we were just going to explore. But essentially what we're doing, we're not exploring. We're sending out a mass text, hoping that someone responds and can validate our reason for exploration. We're not actually... It's hard. I know we haven't gotten there yet, but it's just the way they make it seem.
Engaged in the activity of trying to build telescopes and future facilities that can detect life, whether they want to be detected or not. So you don't...
No, might doesn't make right, Sailor. Might makes victory. Just because I'm stronger than you doesn't mean I should impose my will over you because you're weaker. That just makes me a dick. Might doesn't make right. But it does make a winner. It does make your civilization. It does make your future, that's for sure.
You don't have to send out a radio wave for me to be able to detect your civilization. We could potentially detect their satellite systems, their Starlinks. We could detect their solar panels on their surface. We could detect their industrial space presence, even the chemical pollutants in their atmosphere from industrial processes.
Have we? Bro, don't get me excited. And then...
There are so many ways that we could imagine being able to tell there was a planet that had an advanced civilization on it without
you're just talking about theoretically, without the need for radio messaging. You're just saying that there's several other ways besides radio that we could figure out if there was life on these planets. But like, dog, if you're looking for this shit, then they should already be appearing with your other way of searching, right? You're narrowing the scope of your search and making it more advanced, when in reality, broad is better. Because if you can scan for a specific satellite, you can scan the whole thing. I don't know. I'm not that smart, man, but like, I feel like you're narrowing the scope. You're narrowing down the scope of your search when you just keep it broader. But I don't know. Maybe it'll work. Maybe by narrowing, you might be able to pick up things that you otherwise wouldn't. Because again, I said that you're just sending out messages in hopes that someone responds, really, for the most part, because there's not really much exploring that we're doing on the front of actually finding human life, for the exception of just listening for it and hoping it contacts us. But
the need for a radio message, that it's a little bit archaic to assume that that's the only way that a civilization would be able to know of another one's presence. I suspect if there is another advanced civilization out there in the galaxy, they already know that we are here. And so I think it would be difficult to argue that we should be very, very quiet, because otherwise they will never know we're here.
But how do they know we're here? Because if they're looking in the same manner that we're looking, we don't even know that there's people here. So how would they know? How do they know? Because we don't know. You know? I don't know.
I suspect they are well aware that this planet is inhabited with or without our radio signals.
With Verizon, you could save big on entertainment like Netflix.
Why can't these scientists actually tell us what they do know and not what might be discovered years from now in our lifetime? I know, dude. It like, that's what I'm noticing. That's what that whole spill was. He's like, well, we could do this and we could do that and stuff like this and stuff like that. And it's just like, At this point, you've tickled my balls enough, man. If you're not gonna straight up stroke it, then, like, don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, inform me about a motherfucker like me, or kind of actually, you know what? Just don't even inform me at all.
Communicating over large distances, and really we mean extremely large distances when we're talking about the galaxy, requires...
Because I'm tired of hearing about bacteria and microorganisms and woulda, coulda, shoulda, and maybe, and might, and years from now, like...
There's a lot of energy. And so this is a real problem. If you want to communicate your presence across the entire galaxy, you're going to need a transmitter which is ultimately the size of a planet or even the size of a star, and it has to be turned on all the time.
I'm sorry, he said...
Across the entire galaxy, you're going to need a transmitter which is ultimately the size of a planet or even the size of a star, and it has to be turned on all the time. For as soon as you turn that signal off, of course, the light wave will stop, and so you're going to have a finite time in which you could be detected.
I feel like the movie Moonfall basically got its whole ass premise from this right here. Y'all remember that trash ass movie? Oh my god. Does that not remind you? Tracy, what's up? Does that not remind y'all of... Oh lord. Whew. Yikes.
And so this is a real problem. If you want to communicate your presence across the entire galaxy, you're going to need a transmitter which is ultimately the size of a planet or even the size of a star, and it has to be turned on all the time. For as soon as you turn that signal off, of course, the light wave will stop, and so you're going to have a finite time in which you could be detected. So an interesting question is, how could we build a communication system that would be much more long-lived? There's an interesting idea by Luke Arnold who suggested that rather than trying to build a giant transmitter, be it radio or laser or whatever it is, instead you do something passive. And so his idea was to exploit the transit method of looking for exoplanets. We could build a giant structure in space of a very elaborate shape that would transit in front of the star, maybe a giant triangle, for instance. And as this triangle transits in front of the star, it would create a very...
The reason they did triangle, I think, is good. Triangle's not a natural... It's not a natural shape in nature. That something with angles like that has to be created by life, right? And not just like a microorganism, actual life with like these and shit. Triangle, anything with sharp angles, man, it's not natural to nature like that, so that's why that's the shape.
Remarkable and alien-looking transit signature, something which nature should never produce, that we will be able to tell from afar. There must be a civilization who built that.
Exactly.
And the beauty of this is that it requires no power system. The sun itself is powering that for billions of years. It requires no mechanical parts, no maintenance. It's just going to sit there for billions of years saying, hey, there is somebody around this.
Yeah. But you know what I'm hearing about all this? This costs a lot of money. And I'm all for space exploration. I'm all about the unknown. I'm all about the final frontier. I just don't think that this would have to be a world project. It would, because there's no way we can foot the bill for that shit. You tell the people of this planet, hey, we're gonna put this pyramid-sized colossal fucking object in orbit that's gonna sit there for the next billion years and do nothing, and it's gonna cost us, I don't know, $5 billion or $5 trillion. We'll let you know if it does something. Your children may be dead by the time it does something, but it's just gonna be up there. I don't know. Sounds cool. The concept sounds cool, but...
Another example is to leave something physical behind for them to find. And of course, this is an idea that was played with the film 2001: A Space Odyssey, where there's these monoliths which are left within the solar system, especially beneath the lunar surface. I think that is a...
God, that's exactly... I really do think Moonfall watched this video. Whoever made Moonfall, like that this is they literally ripped from this, or just the idea.
Really terrific place to leave something. The moon has no active geology, it has no atmosphere, it has no weathering. Think about Neil Armstrong's footprints. They're going to be there for at least 1 million years. So anything that you leave on the lunar surface is going to be preserved for a very, very long time, millions of years.
And all we left was a fucking flag.
We could potentially encode a message, maybe an LLM, an AI agent that can teach another civilization about who we were.
It's easy. Just leave an AK-47, a box of porn magazines, and a box of Twinkies. They're gonna get a good idea of who the fuck we were as people. That's it. Porn, Twinkies, and guns. Put that up on the moon. Whoever finds it, they're gonna know what they're fucking with. So, it doesn't have to be all this fucking scientific, high-speed jargon, whatever the hell you're talking about.
And the extra benefit would be, of course, to bury it maybe a meter beneath the surface where you're now protected from micrometeorites as well.
Okay. I like my idea better. Maybe some hentai. Maybe like a little flash drive or something with like all the best hentai on it. Yeah. I like where your head's
I
at.
think to some people this idea can be a little bit depressing. We maybe have the idea that we want to actually meet them on the White House lawn, shake their hand like we see in sci-fi films, and have a communication, a dialogue in real.
Yeah, like the movie Mars Attacks, which they didn't actually meet them at the White House. Yo, those aliens came in swinging. They were like, yo, fuck this planet. They came in so hard. Wasted no time. And they even tried to like infiltrate with like little spies that looked like humans and shit. Which sometimes I feel that Nancy Pelosi is actually a fucking alien and she just wears that abomination of a wrinkly ass face as skin to cover up what she actually is. Fucking lizard. Ugh.
Real time. But if we're being more realistic about it, maybe that's just never going to happen. And if we concede that that might be an improbable circumstance, perhaps the next best thing we can hope for is to communicate not in a simultaneous sense, but through time. We could leave something behind in the same way that our ancestors speak to us through the monuments they left. We too have an opportunity to build something on the moon, I would claim, that could last for billions of years and be a record. And perhaps the most likely advanced civilization that is going to discover that relic that we leave behind will be a future descendant.
Yeah, but someone please help me with my confusion. We put something on the moon to be remembered by. But if they can get to the moon and find all of the porn magazines and the Twinkies and your little flash drive that you put on there, why can't they just come straight to fucking Earth and look around? They see the pyramids, they see Mount Rushmore if it hasn't been exploded away. They see a whole bunch of geological shit that will point to the existence of our species. There's plenty of stuff here that will survive hundreds, if not thousands, maybe even millions of years. Man. I don't know.
Of the Earth. For the Earth has another 1 billion years left to go in its evolutionary history. And think about all the advanced evolution that has occurred in just 500 million years. We've gone from single-celled organisms to us. What's going to happen in another 1 billion years? We will probably disappear at some point.
Yeah.
And I can imagine not just one, but perhaps multiple advanced civilizations re-arising on this planet, having their own space ages. And they will go to the moon, find this relic, and perhaps know something about who we were. To me, that is the most likely alien encounter we're going to have.
So the most likely alien encounter is going to be our future descendants, billions of years into the future, finding our fucking remains on the same planet. So isn't that what we're already doing? The fucking Incas were goddamn aliens then. The Mayans were aliens then. The Egyptians were aliens then. All they left was, they left relics. They left monuments. That's it. That's all there's left of them. So, god damn. 1 billion years from now, motherfuckers are gonna look back at what we used to do on Twitter, and they're gonna be like, yeah, that's why y'all died off, man. Right there. I can almost guarantee it. Delete my internet history before I die. That way, the people billions of years into the future don't see it. Last thing I need. They either don't exist or are already here. Or it's just like, we came from single-celled organisms. Who's to say that somewhere in the galaxy, somewhere in the galaxy or in the universe, what caused us to be born is not happening right now. And the reason we don't see life, dude, wouldn't it be funny if one of these planets that we're looking at throughout the solar system, they have single-celled organisms, but because how long did it take us to evolve from single-celled organisms to this, what we are right now? A long motherfucking time, right? So imagine that we're looking at a planet and it has single-celled organisms, and then 1 billion years passes, we fucking die off. That planet that we were looking at, those single-celled organisms turn into humans, and those humans become civilized and they become advanced, and they turn their telescopes on us. Maybe, yeah. That'd be the closest thing to aliens. Yeah, he was right, yeah. Billions of years somewhere else, another species will rise the same way that we rose, but because it takes so long to get from a single-celled organism to a living, talking, thinking, breathing human, it's long time elapses. So we're dead, gone. They're born. They turn their telescopes in our direction, and they're like, holy shit, there's a whole civilization of fucking people there. That's crazy. I thought we were alone in this whole fucking thing, right? And it's just, maybe it's just a constant cycle of discovery, lost civilization, rediscovery, rising of a civilization, losing said civilization again, and it's like a circle, right? Maybe, man. Who fucking knows? Who knows? I like watching videos like this, but dude's voice was so monotone. Mine? What do you mean? Are you? Oh, his. I thought you were talking about me. I was like, nah, I feel like I'm pretty animated when I speak. But my whole shit fluctuates. But that guy, yeah, I mean, he's passionate about it, but when you probably talk about the same thing all the time over and over again, it's like, yeah, so this and that and yada yada. I would love for aliens to exist, man. I would love for another civilization to exist. I would love for that to be real, right? That'd be cool, right? But yo, until I see it, kind of like, no one knows if heaven or hell is real, but we'll find out when we die. Find out eventually, right? I look at it like that. I don't know. I don't know, it could be like a whole reincarnation thing. And you're just born on a different planet when you're reincarnated. A planet that has life and you're none the wiser to the planet you used to live on. You just reincarnated in a different galaxy. If y'all believe in reincarnation. I like the theory. I don't rest my life on it, but I like thinking about it. Gives you a better feeling about death, knowing that you could quite possibly come back as like a golden retriever to a good home. Man, if I came back, I would love that. Come back as like a dog to a good owner. I'd be in heaven. It'd be great. But imagine, after all my bad deeds, I come back as like a fucking praying mantis or something, and I get picked on by like a little 8-year-old with a magnifying glass. That's not fun. That's not fun for anybody. It's only fun for the 8-year-old. Okay, we gotta change this. The fat electrician, right? No, the video was fine, David. It's just like that dude when he talked, it reminded me of like one of my history teachers back in high school. Or not my history teacher, my geometry teacher. The fact that it was already math was awful. And then just the way he talked about it. You have isosceles triangles. You have these angles here. The hypotenuse. And I'm like, oh my god. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die. Okay. Vince, are you even here? Because if you ain't here, I'll run something else. Gladly. I think I have something else to run anyways. No, never mind. We'll watch that Denzel Washington shit tomorrow on Twitch. I don't want to run the risk of that. Nah, dude. You know what? Since Vince might not be here, because I don't want to watch it without him. I had something I'm gonna watch later that I may have wanted to watch. Let me see what it was. If y'all are in here and y'all haven't put any requests in Discord, put them in there and we'll see what we got. Oh my god, please. Oh, this. This is what we're gonna watch. And then since you're not here, Vince, we'll just tomorrow or oh god.
You thought C++ was just C with classes?
No, I didn't really care what it was. Hold on. Can we please pause? Please? Please? Okay. This is suspect realizes his identical twin is the killer. Did you guys know that your boy was an identical twin? Well, I don't know if it was identical or fraternal. I don't think I ever found out, but I think it was identical. I had a twin. In the womb, he didn't make it. Pussy. Anyways. Suspect realizes. Okay, let's start this. Do y'all want a different scene? Do y'all want to go back to the other scene or the one we're in right now? It's up to you. Vince ain't here, so we're not doing that fat electrician one. Yay? Nay? Okay, cool. I guess we'll stay here. Because, you know what? Nah, I will change it. Fuck it. I will change it. All right. Anything can be discovered tomorrow? You're right, just won't be people. I've been holding out for aliens, or just like another fucking race of people, for 35 years, David. Excuse my pessimism. Sorry. Here we go.
That's interesting because my DNA couldn't have been in that car because I've never been in that car.
You're saying that's not you?
That is definitely not me. I don't have a shirt like that. I only can't see the face of that person, but that's not me. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, fuck, I'll take it. Okay.
On July 18, 2008, Duluth, Georgia police found elementary school teacher
Shit, I've been to Duluth.
and adoptive mother of 3, Janai Coleman, brutally gunned down in a parking lot. The police rushed to investigate what kind of monster could have been behind this ruthless act. Thanks to eyewitnesses, CCTV footage, and DNA tests, the detectives zeroed in on the prime suspect and had a mountain of evidence against him. Little did they know that all their efforts were meaningless, and the true perpetrator would be someone they never could have expected.
We gotta go in that mall, the lady just got shot.
Where at it? That place mall.
Where the bus station's at.
Is she breathing, conscious and alert?
Yeah, she moving a little.
Did you see where the person is that did it?
Yeah, he was in a car, but he pulled off. Like, it was like a beige car.
It was 9 p.m. on the 18th of July in Duluth, Georgia, and Janai Coleman was doing what she always did on Friday nights, waiting to pick up her daughter. She had parked her gold Dodge Stratus near Gwinnett Place Mall just outside Red Lobster, where her daughter was finishing her shift. This was her routine, familiar, safe. But that night, something was off. As Janai sat in her car, a man emerged from a nearby gas station with a gun in hand. Before she could even process what was happening, he was at her window, ordering her to get out of the car. Janai had no chance to react. Before she could even have time to plead or fight back, she heard a gunshot. A single, deafening blast echoed through the lot. The bullet had torn its way through Janai's chest. But the attacker wasn't done. He dragged her from the car and tossed her onto the pavement like she meant nothing, before speeding away in her vehicle, leaving her in a pool of her own blood as she called out in pain for help. Some witnesses rushed to help Janai, while others called 911. When the paramedics arrived, they stabilized her, racing against time to save her life. But just 10 minutes into surgery, Janai succumbed to her injuries. The news shattered the Coleman family. Why would anyone want to kill her? A beloved mother, teacher, and friend who stayed in her life.
I don't know, man. You could have just stole the car. This is how one of my friends died back in the day. He worked at the same gas station I used to work at, and gunman came in, fucking asked for the money. He gave him the money, and he still shot him in the head anyways.
Avoided trouble.
Some people just don't make sense. They just do things.
And lived her life with kindness and purpose. So the detectives had just one question. Was this really just a carjacking? The act felt personal. Too violent and too bold, more like a crime of passion. But
how can you even think that? A crime of passion? It was a singular gunshot to the chest, and she bled out. Crimes of passion would be like emptying the magazine into her face, or stabbing someone 57 times. I've never heard of a singular gunshot wound to the chest that resulted in the death because of a carjacking be called a crime of passion. I don't really feel like that's an apt description to use. But all right.
Little did they know the investigation was about to take a turn that no one saw coming.
If you don't know where to start in Top Heroes World, the Springland is a great place.
Maybe he's just foreshadowing by using that terminology, but would not call a single gunshot wound to the chest a crime of passion. Especially if you haven't even gotten to the particulars of if they know each other, if they were seeing each other. You're just like, automatic crime of passion? Okay. Here we go.
Couldn't yet determine if this was a crime of passion or just a random carjacking. One thing was certain. They needed to find Janai's car. For nearly 24 hours, the search turned up nothing. But then, on the 19th of July...
I thought it was an SUV. All right.
2008, a call came in. Janai's gold Dodge Stratus had been found abandoned, sitting...
Oh, that's what a Stratus is? I was sitting here thinking it was like a Ford Explorer type vehicle, like an SUV. That was a very, all right.
30 miles away from the crime scene in Forest Park, Clayton County. The car was immediately towed to the crime lab, where forensic analysts began their meticulous examination. The inside of the vehicle looked untouched, nothing out of place, except for one thing. A cigarette butt was wedged under the driver's seat. Now that seemed insignificant at first, but once the detectives knew that Janai didn't smoke, they realized that the cigarette could potentially belong to her killer. If they could extract DNA, they could find exactly who took Janai's life. But the detectives had no idea just how complicated this was about to get. So while forensic teams worked on extracting DNA from the cigarette, detectives turned their attention to the gas station across from the crime scene, hoping CCTV footage had captured the attack. But luck wasn't on their side, as the camera didn't cover the angle that Janai was murdered. So with no usable footage, the detectives turned to witnesses. A bus driver who had been near the scene at the time of the attack had heard the gunshot and then saw a black male dragging Janai out of her car before taking off in the stolen Dodge.
Okay.
She described the suspect as wearing khaki shorts and a white shirt with green sleeves.
All right.
Luckily for the detective,
Dressed to kill and impress. Nice.
a man matching this exact description had been spotted in Forest Park, the same area where Janai's car had been dumped. At the same time, detectives got 2 pieces of surveillance footage of the man from 2 different locations. At the gas station store, the suspect was seen purchasing an item before leaving. But then, he came back to purchase a pack of Bunsen Light Lung cigarettes, the exact same brand of cigarettes that were found in Janai's car.
Welcome back.
Surveillance footage confirmed his movements, tracking him as he abandoned Janai's Dodge in Forest Park. So at this point, the detectives believed that they had everything they needed. They had a suspect, they had video evidence, and they had DNA from the cigarette. They were so close, yet so far from solving the case. When the forensic lab results came back, detectives were hit with a setback. The fingerprints found in Janai's car had no matches. The DNA from the cigarette? Also no matches. Their prime suspect was still a ghost in the system. So with no name, no identity...
He wasn't a ghost in the system, he just had no priors. Was this the first crime he ever committed? Because, like, not even a traffic ticket, speeding ticket, seatbelt ticket, drunken disorder, nothing. Nothing. Was his first crime really murder? You know, usually people graduate to that shit. Start off like, I don't know, maybe he did start off small. That's...
identity and no criminal record to match, detectives had one last option: to turn to the public. So, detectives released the surveillance video of the man at the convenience store, hoping that someone would recognize him. By February of 2010, the case had long gone cold. But then, out of nowhere, a breakthrough. A notification from CODIS, the National DNA Database, popped up. The cigarette butt had finally found a match. The suspect had entered the system due to a recent drug conviction. The man was 50-year-old Donald Eugene Smith. He perfectly matched both the witnesses' descriptions and the surveillance footage. With a court order in place, detectives wasted no time, and on the 3rd of February 2010, nearly 2 years after Janai's murder, Donald Eugene Smith was arrested. But they were still far from justice for Janai, to say the least.
Because they still don't have a murder weapon. All they got is a cigarette. You can place this man at the scene if you wanted to. Ain't got no murder weapon. You ain't got no motive. 2 years ago. What's the statute? I don't think there's a statute of limitation on murder. I don't know. I mean, we all know that it's his identity. I wish they wouldn't have put that in the title. That kind of just like kills it. Really.
With solid evidence linking Donald Eugene Smith to Janai Coleman's murder, detectives were confident that they had their guy. Now they just needed a confession. But what Donald said next, no one saw coming.
Okay, having these rights, you want to discuss it? I can explain this.
Yeah, I would like you just to explain to me why I'm here.
Okay. Really, it's about this vehicle, okay? I'm going to ask you questions. Have you ever seen this vehicle before or been in it?
No, I have not.
Have you ever met this woman before in your life?
No, I haven't.
Vehicle you said you've never seen before, and the woman you've never seen before.
Yes.
Okay. Your DNA ended up in that car.
That's interesting because my DNA couldn't have been in that car because I've never been in that car.
Though it is normal for suspects to deny involvement in
Yeah.
a crime, there was something different about this one. The detectives had all the evidence facing Donald, and he just looked them in the face and said,
Yeah.
no. Donald was adamant of his innocence, and the detectives definitely didn't like that.
The issue we're up against, you know,
What's his name? Donald?
Detectives definitely did. Donald was adamant of his innocence, and the detectives definitely didn't.
He smiled in their face and was like, there's no way. Sorry. Can't help you. When I don't think I would have been so fucking civil. As soon as they showed me a picture of that girl, I would have been like, man, I know what you're accusing me of and absolutely fucking not. Ain't no way. Get me the fuck out of here. Give me my lawyer now. Like
that.
the issue we're up against. You know, I was hoping you said, yeah, I saw her, I used to work with her, we hung out for a minute, and that was it, but I left. When I left, she was very much alive. Well, something like that we can somewhat explain away. But when you say you didn't never even seen her before, how the hell did his DNA get in the car if he didn't even know her?
No, I don't know her. Never seen her.
Sensing that Donald was
I mean, these cops. Is it not plausible that, I don't know, man. No, never mind. No, it's not. Never mind.
being deceptive, the detectives played the surveillance video they had of him. But this only boosted his confidence.
I have a picture basically on a computer I want you to look at and let me know if you recognize it as yourself or not, okay?
Sure.
This is the day I'm talking about. You recognize it?
Was it with this guy right here?
Yeah. You're saying that's not me?
That is definitely not me.
Cutting healthcare and the reading.
A shirt like that, I don't have John. I don't care to see the face of the person, but that's not me.
Yet again, Donald stood his ground. So the detectives brought out their next card. And this time, Donald's response threw the case onto a twisted journey that no one expected.
Your cell phone number at the time was 404-200.
Correct?
No, that was not mine. That was my brother's phone number.
Okay, does he live in Gwinnett County?
Yes, he does.
And what's your brother's name, sir?
Ronald. Donald Ronald.
Donald Ronald.
Is he older, younger? Does he live at the same address as your parents?
He's my twin.
Twin?
Yeah.
Like born at the same time or identified as that?
Like born at the same time, like identical twins, yeah.
Okay.
Detectives were convinced that Donald was just playing games, but if this was a game, it was a very expensive one.
DNA is split between two twins. It's indistinguishable. They share DNA, identical twins.
Excuse me for my ignorance, but I did not know that. I feel like I did know that, but it's... Yeah. To a degree, they share DNA, and it's almost indistinguishable. Really. This is the same fucking person. Damn near. But...
I've never been in that car.
For me or Detective Cruz, how would your DNA get in that young lady's car?
I've never don't know the young lady, never seen her. There would have to be somebody who shares my DNA, obviously.
Conclusion, I'm jumping to what you're saying. If it's somebody shared DNA, then it will have to be either you or your brother.
Obviously.
What's phone? What color is this phone?
No, hold on. I'm not going to implicate nobody else in no crime.
You're not
yeah, dude. Oh, man. What a situation. He's a good guy. Not once... Because in my head, I'm putting all this shit together, but not him. And maybe he did put it together, but he's like, man, I know my brother. I'm not going to sit here and be like, it's him. Like, obviously, we're twins, so it kind of fucking has to be him, but I ain't about to say no shit about my brother at all. Not even before we got to this point. It's... Something tells me that Are they estranged? Are they still on a talking basis? Do they have a good relationship? I don't know, man. I have a brother, but he's 13, you know, and we don't look alike. So, like, one of us commits a crime, it's obvious. Like, I don't know.
Okay, I'm just asking what color's your brother's phone.
Do you know where he's staying?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do.
Where is that, sir?
I don't know. Well, because now I guess he's gonna be the suspect.
No, I need to talk to him.
If your brother did
Stop lying, officer. But
something that stupid, you need to go ahead and just extricate yourself from the whole situation.
You're right.
You're right. I can I can get counseling. I don't think I need counseling.
I don't think I need counseling on that. This is a difficult moment.
I understand.
Previously that you would do a polygraph. Do you want to just do that?
No, what I want to know. Now, what I refuse is...
These cops, man, just go get the brother. At this point, you have plenty of evidence to bring in a separate suspect. And if you wanted to, you could even pit them against each other inside of the interrogation room. But y'all haven't done that yet. And it's just like, my dude, you need a lawyer. You may be innocent, and your brother actually may be the killer. That's probably what it is. Get a lawyer, dog. Stop talking.
You're going to go ahead and book me and take me over where you...
Stop talking.
Right now, you weren't charged. You are under arrest. I'll tell you what, I'll just go ahead and give you some time. You want some fresh water?
Donald indeed had a twin brother, but were...
And they look fairly similar. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Were the two accomplices? Or was Donald trying to throw his brother under the bus? Or is he telling the complete truth?
I personally think that he's telling the complete truth, but he doesn't want to be put in a position to where he has to be the one to testify or implicate his brother. I think that what the police should do is just establish that you're not guilty and then focus on the brother, but don't, you know.
Hoping to find out, the detectives ran a polygraph test, and Donald failed woefully.
Now, obviously, when we show you the video...
I don't think polygraphs should be admissible, man. This man was living his life, and then out of nowhere, police bring him into custody, accuse him of murder, say they have DNA evidence, they have photographs, they have everything to put him in jail for the rest of his life. What, you think he's going to have a calm heart rate the entire time? Those polygraph tests, man, when you're in that interrogation room, dude, it doesn't matter if you're innocent. You're under stress. You're anxious. You're in a position of stress. You are under duress at the moment, right? And I've been in that situation before. Okay? It's your heart is just going through your chest, man. And you're thinking of all these situations, all these scenarios and how they're going to play out. And you got a million and one things going on in your fucking head, man. I don't take polygraphs into account too much. Really, truly. It depends on the situation. It depends on I don't know.
Video before.
Not to mention, I don't really think courts allow polygraphs too much, man. From what I've heard, lots of times they're inadmissible. But maybe I heard wrong. I'm not sure.
Obviously, you said it wasn't you. You had mentioned to me that you felt strongly it was your brother. Yeah.
No, he didn't say that he felt that it was his brother. He just said that he had a twin brother. Unless he said that and they cut it out, but it feels like you're putting words in his mouth.
Now, in light of the fact that I've taken this polygraph, I had no reservations about taking that whatsoever.
At Planet Fitness, there's a number of ways to get strong. Any location, bring a friend any.
The lady says that it showed deception when she was asking me the questions. The only thing I kept seeing was my brother doing something like that.
See? He's being accused of murder, and then he knows that he's innocent, which means that his brother's guilty. So now he's having to that he's out of the headspace of going to jail himself for a crime he didn't commit. Now he's got to face a new reality. My brother's about to go to jail for the rest of his life. I'll never see my brother again, unless it's through glass. And he's having to deal with that reality and the process of doing all of this for you guys. Of course he might fail. I don't know.
Devastating, actually. As if anyone that we know, mother and father, was to see that same video, anybody would know that that's him and not me. And not only by demeanor, but certainly by dress.
The detectives played the CCTV footage for Donald's sister, mom, and dad, asking them to identify which of the twins was in the footage. And they said it was indeed Ronald in the footage. Additionally, on a smoke break from the interrogation, Donald hand-rolled his cigarettes, something entirely different from the brand found in Janai's car.
Ronald buys his cigarettes.
So now the detectives were confused because Ronald had no criminal history, so everything pointed to Donald. Ronald was called in for an interview, which he refused.
No criminal history, and your first crime ever is murder.
And then he began to dodge the police. They eventually found him hiding in his parents' home. The detectives had focused all of their efforts on Donald, but now, for the first time, Ronald became their new focus. On the 5th of February 2010, Ronald was arrested and brought in for interrogation.
We're in a detention type.
I know that these detectives, I know that I've kind of gotten like annoyed with them a little bit in the past 13 minutes of this video, but they're in uncharted territory here. How often does this happen? Murder, and you accuse the twin that didn't kill anybody, while the twin that did such a rare of an occurrence. These detectives are just like, we're in uncharted territory here. We got to just like proceed, and let's just fucking proceed. That's
situation. Okay. Can you?
First crime, he was caught. Okay, yeah, that could be the case. First crime, he was caught. Plenty of people out here be committing crimes and never get caught, right? I get that, but like, he looks like he's like my age, maybe a little bit older. You've had a whole life of crime and never been caught? Maybe that's why he thought that he could just shoot a woman in public and he'd be good. You might be right. Maybe he's just like a repeat offender that got so cocky with never getting caught that he was like, okay, nobody stop me. I'll just shoot this bitch, right? Like, no. That's, you can rob a little old lady. That's fine. You might get away, but you can't just like shoot a lady. It's like, you're going to get caught, man. And especially in today's age, this ain't the 40s no more, man, or the 50s where you can just shoot a motherfucker and literally walk away. You don't even have to run. You can even keep your gun. It don't work like that no more. You just can't be...
Whatever you're gonna say, because you put it on hold for just a little while.
Why is that?
Just can you? You say I'm gonna be here for hours, and just put it on hold for a little while. I think you need to draw some blood or something.
He's stalling. Officers, don't let him stall. He's trying to come up with a story in his head. I know the tactic.
You want him to draw the blood first? Well, you tell me what you want to do. I mean, I want to talk to you, but before I can talk to you, I gotta read you. I gotta read you your rights.
Well, you don't have to arrest me right now.
What do you mean I don't have to?
Well,
what do you mean, Ron?
That is true, man. He may have killed other people that, like, I don't know. Then again, bro, Tracy, it's hard to kill someone and get away with it. It is. Depending on where you live, bro. But where was this? Right outside of a fucking Red Lobster. You can't just shoot people right outside of a Red Lobster. If you live in bumfuck Tennessee and there's nothing but fucking trees, someone gives you lip and you shoot them and drive away, chances are you may not get caught. But like, right outside of goddamn Red Lobster, man. Come on.
Explain to me. I mean, I have to get this done. This is just a formality. And then we can just talk, and that's fine. If you tell me come back in a little while, I'll come back in a little.
He probably had a very false sense of security and like a really high ego then, man. But who knows? If this is his first murder, that's wild. That's absolutely wild. that he graduated from petty to murder. But until I don't know, no criminal history. That's why that's so strange.
A little while, but I have to do this by law. I have to.
When you wasn't by law when you was
We were sitting down talking and we were having a smoke. I have to advise you of your rights. The fingerprints have come back, okay, and the fingerprints are a match. So for us to discuss them,
It isn't Duluth. I've been to Duluth, and what was it? Gwinnett. It was Gwinnett Police. I've been all up there in Atlanta and stuff like that, and yeah. Maybe he's gotten away with so much more and has just never been caught. Maybe he's killed more people and has never been caught. But I doubt we're looking at a serial killer here. So, I don't know, man. Petty criminal that just took it too far. For what? He didn't even sell the car. It's not like, oh, bro, when you steal the car, the first thing you do is you try to flip it. Or chop it.
the matters of the fingerprints and the other things, I have to advise you of your rights.
He just abandoned it. Or burn it, bro. Evidence. He did none of that, which is like, could be a first timer. Because a seasoned criminal, they do all of that.
You have the right to remain silent.
I'm just combobulated right now. I can't.
Okay. All right. I'll leave you with.
You can't believe he got caught.
Your thoughts, and then I'll come back and you let me know. But you do understand what I've just read to you, right?
It would be fucked up if he knew that they were looking into his brother and he didn't say anything. Like, damn, you would have really let your brother go down for something you did. I wonder if he knew that his brother was, or maybe not. I'm not sure.
I understand.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, one other thing. So,
Yes.
so then my brother can be released?
Oh, yeah.
The truth, though, was that the detectives couldn't release Donald until they were absolutely certain that neither of the brothers was playing games.
Or colluding. Yes, got it. I forgot about that. Yeah, go ahead and make sure.
Okay. I'll get a different phone for you to use. Unless you want to use yours. I mean, it's your minutes. It's up to you.
I might as well burn him up.
Okay. I'll get it for you. Sit tight.
Hey, a whole lot has happened. They'll be letting Donald go as soon as possible. All right, well, I ain't going nowhere no time soon. I was trying to get them to at least let Donald go tonight, but it just can't happen quite that fast because it actually made a warrant out for him. So it has to be a process where the district attorney has to get in touch with the judge. It's not like where they can just automatically just release him. But then he's trying to do it before Monday. He's trying to do it. He said he was on the phone trying to do it tonight, but I don't know how it's gonna work out. But what? Was that search warrant? The charges of murder. Don't look too good. I hate to say that, but no, it doesn't look too good. Damn, I can't. But my little time is running up.
I think she's asking him right now, did you do it? Did you do anything? Are you actually guilty of what they're accusing you of? I feel like that's what she's saying. And he's like, babe, I gotta go, man. My minutes.
Oh, this phone. I tell you this, Dad. I'm in deep shit. Yes,
He's guilty as fuck, bro. He knows. He knows. That's.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Was this?
And for what? For what? He said Deb. I don't know anyone, grown or not, that calls their mother and father by their first name, so he must be talking to his girl. What was the point, bro? For what? For what? Kill this lady, steal her car for what? You get out of it. What's there to be gained? It seems like you're cool with your brother. Your parents were letting you stay with him. I don't even understand. You weren't even all that down bad, I don't feel.
Is this something accidental? There's something like that I can almost understand. And I guess that's the question he's saying. Accidental makes more sense, and that's what he was alluding to. You seem to have so much emotion right now. Obviously, you care for someone for 45 years. That's something more that I can understand, but just looking for some understanding.
What was said? What was said that made you, that either set you off? Yeah, I guess the only words I could say, like maybe set you off or angered you or upset you for things to have gone the way that they do.
I'm not prepared to go to nothing like that.
Oh, you're gonna have to. You are going to have to, and they are going to keep you in this room until you say it. Believe you me.
I'm just not prepared to go into nothing like that right now.
Oh, you're gonna have to.
Or just because emotionally you can, or is it draining, or?
No, I'm just not.
Oh my god, this just gives me flashbacks to being in an interrogation room and sitting in front of a fucking interrogator, a detective, and he's like, "You can talk to me, buddy. You know, it's just us two right here, man. You know, you can let out whatever frustrations you want, man. This is a little safe space we got." Meanwhile, they're recording everything you're fucking saying so they can fuck you, bro. Ugh. I've been in a situation like this, man. I've been in an interrogation room with motherfuckers with fake smiles, fake eyes, and fake words, telling you shit, asking you questions, and you don't go for a lawyer immediately, bro. You're fucking yourself so hard. And I went for a lawyer, but it was too late by the time I went for a lawyer. I had already said too much. This guy, you're fucked. My crimes are different than yours. You're fucked, but your situation, I've been there. And fucking hate it, man. It's such a shitty situation to be in. It's goddamn.
I'm just not prepared to give any kind of a statement.
Okay. Do you know when maybe you might be prepared to talk to us about it? I need some time.
I need to get past the hard.
The what? I'm sorry. Would you like to see your brother?
I just want my brother to go.
Your brother really wants to see you. He misses you and he's worried about you. He asked me, "Can I see my brother? I really like to see my brother." Those are the exact words out of his mouth.
He don't want to see his brother, bro. He's ashamed. He's ashamed and embarrassed. And I mean, for good reason, man. You killed somebody. He don't want to see his brother. He wants his brother to leave, and he don't want to see his brother. He don't want to see his brother until he's in that courtroom or in jail, looking through glass. He don't want to face his brother right now, because in his eyes, I kind of feel like his brother Donald. I feel like that's Big Bro. I feel like they're twins. They were born at the same time, but I think Donald came out first, and I think this is Little Bro, and he looks up to Donald. He feels like he let him down. He did the wrong thing, and he's ashamed. He doesn't want his brother to see him that way, bro. He should let him go. I don't even want to do this.
I want to see my brother. Talk to him today. He's right next door. He's sitting in that room right there.
Are you serious?
I swear to you.
I feel like that's what it is. She denied him? Nah, Sailor. He had a gun to her face. All he had to do is make her get out. She would have gotten in the car and taken off. And then she calls the police and says, "Hey, someone stole my car." And then guess what? He's sitting in this exact same room, but he's not facing down the barrel of a life sentence. That's it.
I swear to you. He wants to see you.
But you can't let him go.
What I do is when I bring him in, you gotta sit down. Let him see you. He's worried about it.
He can't see me right now.
See?
Right now.
He's dying to see you, man. All he wants to do is hug you and tell you that he loves you. And that he's going to be here for you.
And none of the tears that he's crying right now is about the victim. This is about, my life is over. I let my brother down. I let my family down. I let myself down. I'm going to jail for the rest of my life. I might as well have just killed myself that day because my life is officially over. That's what he's crying about. He's crying because he got caught. And that's natural, but like, this is why detectives sometimes feel soulless when you talk to them, because they've seen too many of these tears, man. They're desensitized to whatever the fuck kind of display of emotion you plan on showing. It's not gonna work on them, man. It ain't.
Not right now. So you want me to go next door and tell him that he's 4 feet away from his brother in Kansas?
That's what
I'll go over and tell him.
Get used to it because you're going to be 4 feet away from your brother for the rest of your life. That's it. 25 to life, man. Maybe you parole on good behavior. But I don't see any judge taking it easy on you. You could have just stole this woman's car, bro, but you shot her anyways and killed her. Like, I don't even think you'll get, like, I don't even think you'll get parole. To add insult to injury, her daughter got off work to come into the parking lot and see that her mom was dead.
And see your brother.
I don't think you get parole,
From the moment
bro.
that Ronald stepped into the police station, it was obvious that something was off. He was visibly restless, and that phone call that he made to his loved ones did not seem to make things better. Detectives saw an opportunity, and they thought that the best way to break Ronald down was to put him face-to-face with Donald. But before bringing him in, they did this.
I wanted to, I don't know if you knew this woman, but this is the woman, okay? And her name was Janai, okay? She had 3 adopted children, all right? She was a school teacher. Her family begged me just to find out what happened.
This is a tactic that police like to use. And this is just, you put the pictures in front of them and make them look at it. Make them look at it. See how they respond. See how much they blink. See if their breathing changes. See if they start crying. See if they get emotional. See if they're detached. See if anything. It's a good tactic by the cops here before they bring in his brother, because they put him in, by showing him this, they put him in an even more emotional state. That way, when he sees his brother and his brother asks him, bro, tell me what happened, he just may break down and tell the truth. So this is just another tactic they use to just chip away at that tough armor that you have of lies and defiance and quite possibly ego, and maybe the lies that you're telling yourself that you didn't do anything wrong, because if you lie to yourself enough times, even you yourself will begin to believe your own lies, right? This is just this tactic they use to just chip away at all of that shit very, very quickly.
They begged me. And they're very...
Same tactic damn near almost that they used with Donald, except when you're innocent, this shit don't work on you. So...
religious people. And they were more just wanted to know why than anger. And they stressed that to me. Okay? Her cousin's a deacon. Now they're from another state. She had 3 little adopted children. Okay? They just wanted to know why. And I promised them I would at least ask the why.
If you answer, this is clever. If he answers that question, he admitted guilty. That's it. That's why you get a lawyer right there. The questions that police ask you, the manner that they're asked, the way that they're structured. I mean, guys, they have like psychotherapists and shit that go over this stuff with them, and they structure their questions in a very specific way. Man, if you answer that question, you are admitting your guilt. I hope you know that, son.
I perceived it to be accidental, okay, but I don't know.
See, and then the detective saying, I thought it was accidental, but like I just need you to tell me. Like, oh, I hate these underhanded tactics that they use while they work. They still kind of piss me off because they've used these tactics on me, and my crime was not murder, bro. And it pissed me off. It angered the fuck out of me, these tactics that they use and how they talk to you and the speak that they use. And it's almost like the way they phrase the question, there's no way to answer it without sounding guilty, right? And especially when you're guilty of something not as serious as murder, that oof, man. And then especially in my case, I was in the service with some fuck-ass army interrogator that motherfucker had never even deployed before. So I was just like, man, I kind of didn't want to talk to you because spare me. Fuck you. Who are you? You've never deployed before. You don't even know what this shit's like. Why should I even talk to you, homie? But anyways, that's besides the point.
And I promised them I would ask why.
Your next answer determines your fate. Think carefully. I'm telling you. Ask for a lawyer, bro. Anytime you're with police, guilty or innocent, ask for a lawyer. The next words out of your mouth will determine your future. I mean, your future's set, but like, you know what I mean? Even a public defender will tell you to shut the fuck up. Public defenders are free.
I told him I thought it was an accident. I'll be honest with you. I mean, am I right and accidental?
I can't.
You don't accidentally shoot someone in the chest at gunpoint while trying to rob their vehicle. It's detective, bro. Oh, but that's the way they operate. That's the way they work, and it's just like.
I can't. I swear, I just can't say it right now.
Okay. Will you let me know? Okay.
Good move, because that would make you guilty as shit. They would stop questions right after that if you would have answered that question and just put the handcuffs on and take you straight to jail. That's all they would have needed.
Please. Because I made them a promise I would try to just know why. They don't even care about anything else but just to understand what happened and why. Okay? If you need something, just knock on the door.
He tried to appeal to his humanity. It failed. Bring in the brother. Maybe that works. That might fail. And if nothing else, you still have him on the technicality that they're fucking twins. Everything points to him. His DNA was in the car. Yada, yada, yada. The only thing you don't have at this moment is the gun. And if you find that gun, it's fucking over. It's over. It don't even matter what he says after that if you find the gun. But he probably dumped that. Threw it away. Lake, somewhere, trash, who knows.
Need a tissue?
Trying to push for a confession, the lead detective used Reed Interrogation Technique 7, offering Ronald a socially acceptable reason for the crime. Usually, most suspects...
Yeah, and the detective, by saying that, makes himself look like a piece of shit. He makes himself look like a piece of shit. Guys, I'm telling you, these people are not your friends, man. Even if you're innocent, they're not your friends. Okay? Their whole job, that guy's job right there, his whole job is to send people to jail. He don't give a fuck what the truth is. The jury will find the truth. The judge will find the truth. This man and every person sitting in this office, they only have one job: to send you to jail, to make sure you go to jail. Innocent or not, it doesn't fucking matter. They'll figure out the innocent part in court. Get a lawyer, guys, I'm telling you.
Suspects jump at this chance, eager to minimize their guilt. But Ronald was so devastated that he shut down completely. So they sent in Donald.
See how this goes. They got me. They got the tater.
You'll be alright.
I don't know what to tell
It's
you.
gonna have to be. I'll tell you what's gonna happen, though. When they take you to jail, the process, you're gonna see a judge tonight. What time it is, they're gonna take you in front of one. There's a place over there. They'll be the same way, because I get about 2:30 in the afternoon. I didn't get over there till, I don't know, 1 or whatever it was. That night? Yeah. Yeah, because they took me down to the scene of the crime and everything. These dudes here. And, where were you arrested at? Downtown, right on the corner of the, where I picked up my mail. That's how they knew where to come get me. And the reason they came and got me, because of the DNA. We got the same DNA. Mine's in a database, federal database. Because once you're in the federal system, they take that shit before you get.
So Donald has committed a crime before, but he did not kill this lady. That's why they found his ass. That's how they found his ass. And that's why they couldn't find Ronald, because Ronald don't got no criminal record. And he might, but Donald's criminal history is at the federal level. Don't know what he did, but that is irrelevant at this point.
Yeah. I'm gonna go see a judge. That's the first thing that's gonna happen. Then they dress you out.
This is kind of heartbreaking, bro, because you can tell that these brothers are close. It's not like they're estranged. It's not like they're not enemies. They don't even have any dislike for each other. Like, they're brothers, man. And you can tell by the way they talk to each other. They get along. At the very least, they don't hate each other, and it's just heartbreaking, really, honestly, because like they're both about to lose a brother, essentially. Really. Donald's gonna lose a brother in Ronald, and Ronald's gonna lose a brother in Donald. That's it. And you're only gonna see each other through glass. So it would be a lot better if they hated each other, but the fact that they're close, it just makes it sad, really. Not any more sad than the lady that died. I'm not taking away from that sadness, but like just the whole situation, really.
They gonna put you on suicide watch. They do it to all people with serious charges like that.
Yeah.
And they put you in
Take away your shoelaces, all that stuff.
Yeah, and they put you in you'll be naked. Except for some gown. That's a padded gown. That's that, that's thick stuff. Just, strap it off.
Yeah, they're not going to give you actual clothing because if you're motivated enough, you can hang yourself with a t-shirt if you wanted to. So, yeah, they're going to give you something that can't really wrap or bend or have any give to it. That way you can't harm yourself. I hate that I know this shit.
And then like a Velcro. Yeah, and then a padded blanket on a little mat.
You know, the handcuffs they put me in were hand, and then they connected to my ankles. So, like, y'all ever seen the movie Con Air? They have, like, their wrists shackled to their feet. That's how they had me. Me. Did I kill someone? Nope. Rape anybody? Nope. I just took a different approach to the rules of engagement. That's it. Anyways.
But yeah, they'll be there for at least 3 days, at least 72 hours. And then somebody come talk to you every day, but you'll be able to see them out there. And, and then jail, don't give nobody no motherfucking money. They got no motherfucking money, man.
God, it's crazy. Little brother has never been to jail. Because why would Big Brother have to explain to him about jail? And in jail, what did he say? Oh, and then jail?
Don't give nobody no motherfucking money. They got
Don't give nobody no nothing, right? He's giving him advice for jail. You only give advice to people that are going to jail who have never been to jail. You don't give advice to people who have already been. Damn.
I'm talking about looking like they're getting ready to go on a battlefield. They got so much shit on them. I mean, unbelievable. And also, all of them got them to take the guns. I was demanding that you go, pretty much. I wanted you to go tonight. He said it's just a process that got to be go through or something, but I mean, because they're gonna let you go. No, I know that. But I was trying to get to do it, like now. You know, let's go now, but it's
nothing in the justice system happens right now, man. So, like, your brother is gonna walk free, I think, but it's not gonna be right now. There's so much paperwork and shit and blah blah blah, and if they just let him go without any kind of like further follow-up or paperwork filed and stuff like that, they could be at risk of getting sued, or a lawyer could tell this guy to sue the department and stuff. It's just them protecting them. It can't happen right now. Nothing in law enforcement happens immediately, damn near. At least not when it comes to paperwork, anyway.
She was already, a warrant was sworn out. Yeah, you know, they had to go through do the come through the district attorney or something. I said, well, so does that mean till Monday? No, sometime, I don't know. And he said, wait, no, he said, it could happen tomorrow. He said it's a process. It depends on the people.
But their plan didn't.
And I fucking hated the process, bro. The process sucks. The process is awful, man. Whenever I got court-martialed, that was the worst process of my entire life, man. From getting from going through the investigation to getting court-martialed to getting incarcerated after my court-martial, literally like 100 feet away from the rest of my friends, and then getting on a plane in handcuffs and shackles, getting transferred to another prison. Once I finally got to like the main prison that I was gonna be at, the main jail, I was so much more happy because the process fucking sucked. I felt like I felt like an animal at the zoo. Like just getting, and they just kept changing my environment. That's what it was. I was shackled the whole time, and I felt like an animal, and they just kept changing my environment over and over again while still in shackles. And I was just like, can we just get to the point where I'm just sitting in a single 1x1 fucking room where it's just me and my thoughts? Can I just get to doing my time already? And bro, the process from here to the courtroom to it's not fast. It actually feels like it takes eons, man.
Work. The twins refused to talk about important details. And when it became clear that they weren't getting anywhere, the detectives separated them again.
Difficult for you. I know there's a lot of things that are going through your mind, things that are processing. I understand that. However, this is our only opportunity to get what happened out there out, and in a way that people could understand. This is it. After we conclude here in the next few minutes, you'll be taken over to the county jail. And the next time that you see Detective Cruz will be in a preliminary hearing. It'll be a different setting. He will present everything that he has on the case, which is overwhelming.
As fuck.
What I mean,
the best thing that Ronald can do at this point, confess with a full detailed description of the crime, why he doesn't have to say why, but just confess, bro, because maybe that way you don't get the death penalty. I feel cooperate now and you don't get the death penalty. I feel like that's what's that may happen here, bro, really. And once the judge is going to take all this stuff into account, man, depends on how you behave right here in this room is going to depend the outcome of that court hearing with that judge, because that judge is going to go through everything. The interrogation, what you said, what they said, the fact that you talked to your brother, he's going to know it all, right? And all that shit's going to go into account when he decides to hand down your punishment. Don't be a jackass here.
video, the DNA,
more video,
the prints, the phone records, the video on the other end where you're seen getting out of the car, wearing the same exact clothing you were at the Quick Trip, the same clothing that the witnesses saw you at the bus stop. I mean, it's overwhelming. I can't put it any other way. That's why I stress to you the importance of why. People are going to ask. 12 jurors are going to say, okay, wait a second. Why did this happen? And they're going to look at us and we're going to explain. We sat with them. We gave them the opportunity. This is what happened. Some things went wrong. I don't know if some insults were thrown out there. I don't know. You haven't been, the interaction I have with you, what happened out there just doesn't match up to you, but obviously.
I was thinking that too. The way he speaks, the way he behaves. Bro, I've seen a lot of interrogations in my day with murderers, and some of them, you can't tell them shit. They're just like, fuck you, fuck the police, fuck that bitch too, fuck whoever goddamn snitched on me, fuck everybody. I ain't saying shit. I've seen people just straight up show their fucking ass, man. And this guy he hasn't been behaving in the typical way that I would expect someone who just shot an innocent person in cold blood to behave in an interrogation room. Like,
something went wrong. Something went wrong. I'd like to know. Detective Cruz would know. I don't know the family would. The family's not even mad at you.
Stop lying. I hate when detectives do that. It's okay. Don't do that. I know it's necessary, man, but some of these tactics, bro, they seem so... They seem so shallow, bro. Like, some of these tactics that police use, like, dude, the family's not even mad at you. Are you fucking kidding? Even if I'm Ronald, I'd be like, dog, shut the fuck up. For real? Spare me your bullshit. I know they mad. Who wouldn't be mad? Like,
Do you know that? The family, the only thing that family look at stuff like this is closure. You know, this whole time they're in this realm of why did this happen? Why is this going on? They're not mad at you. They just want to know why she had to go away. That's simply put why they want to know. I can't begin. I don't know. I wasn't there. I have no idea what things set you off that day that ended up with you in Forest Park, her here, and her not with her family anymore. Though that's what we're looking at. When this is all said and done, she's not here.
It doesn't matter what reason he gives. I don't even know why he keeps focusing on the reason. Why? She got shot point blank, and then her car got stolen. I'm pretty sure the reason is very apparent. Motherfucker needed a car. That's just like, and no reason that he gives is gonna make it any better. What if he flat out just says, I don't have a reason, man. I wanted the car, I killed her, and I took the fucking car. What if he says that? No reason. Nobody's going to be able to live with any kind of reason that he gives. And we're so focused on the reason. Just get a goddamn confession. Fuck the reason, man. A reason, good or bad, is not going to bring back the deceased. Like,
she had a bunch of children. She had 3 adopted children that she had. She was a church-going lady. She was sitting there waiting on her, I believe her daughter that worked at Longhorns, I believe.
Red Lobster.
I'm sorry, Red Lobster.
thank you, other officer, for correcting that for the record. That's super important to his confession. Wait, his confession isn't admissible. You said you didn't say Red Lobster. You actually said Burger. He was not at Burger King, Your Honor. I request this be dismissed. Can't even get the right place. Sorry. Here we go.
That's all she was doing, just waiting, minding her own business. And for some reason, her world and your world connected. The reasons why, I don't know. Do I want to know? Yes. I think everybody would like to know. It's important. I don't think you're a cold, calculated murderer. I don't believe that. But something, either she said, you guys had a disagreement, something went wrong at that car, and she's no longer.
Bro, I think I got it, but he wanted to steal the car. She refused, and he shot her. Because, you know, the detective keeps saying all these things, but he doesn't give a separate avenue that he could quite possibly go down. Like, did you know this woman? Did y'all date? Were y'all lovers? Did you know her kids somehow? Like, none of that. It's just, dog.
Something, either she said, you guys had a disagreement, something went wrong at that car, and she's no longer here anymore.
That's all you keep saying. Something went wrong. Something was said. Like, bro, lead him. Lead him. Something you can't do in court, but I think you can do here in an interrogation, especially since he doesn't have a lawyer. Lead him.
And all we're looking to do.
You already know, man. You could actually put him in jail right now, and y'all are hung up on why.
Is essentially find out why. That's it. When it all boils down to it, that's all we want to know.
And I want to say something. I want to say something.
Don't fucking say it, man, because I'm at the edge of my seat, and this whole thing's pissing me off.
Smoke one cigarette.
Oh.
And
we'll come back and talk. Fair enough, Ron. You've been good. Somebody get me a smoke till you have a smoke.
Ronald had gone to the...
He's stalling, bro. That's it. He's just stalling. That's all, man. That's all he's doing here. He's stalling. Trying to get his story straight, or probably trying to come up with a good reason. Did it ever occur to you, detectives, that maybe he didn't have a reason? Has it ever occurred to you that sometimes people just do evil shit because they just do evil shit? Is that too incomprehensible for your brains to wrap around? Like, Has it ever occurred to you that sometimes people just do bad things without a rhyme or a reason? Is that anywhere outside of the realm of possibility? Man, dude is guilty beyond shadow of a doubt. We're hung up on fucking why. I get that it's important and the family want to know, but like...
The bathroom to smoke a cigarette, but the detective who followed him could not believe his eyes. Ronald had lit up the exact same brand of cigarette that was found at the crime scene. So back in the interrogation room, the detectives changed tactics, and they shifted their seating, sitting in front of the camera rather than having Ronald stay there, assuming that if he didn't feel that the camera was on his face, he might let something slip. And they were right.
And why? It was an accident. A straight accident. It was a hair trigger. Whew.
A drink accident? Were you drunk? Is that what you're alluding to? I was drunk. Went to go. I thought, fuck it. Steal this car. I don't feel like walking. I'm drunk. Let's just steal this car. Lady said no. I wasn't going to shoot her, but like, hair trigger, bro. And like, bam. Damn. That sucks. I told you it wasn't going to be a good excuse, and you wasted 30 fucking minutes to get that answer. An answer I could have told you was the...
It was a hair trigger, and it was an accident.
Okay.
It was an accident. I swear to God, it was an accident. And I should have...
It's still murder. It's still murder. Or manslaughter, at the very fucking least. Anyone accidentally kills anybody, bro, you're going to jail. That's... That's it. That's... Okay, I told you the excuse would be garbage. And we waited all that time for that excuse. I knew that's what it was going to be.
No,
I didn't know it was going to be a hair trigger, but I knew it wasn't going to be a good reason. And, like, that's... Are you going to tell that to the family? Probably not. It's a stupid-ass excuse because you were lying to this dude about what the family actually wanted. The family probably actually, truly, realistically, wants this man dead as fuck because that's exactly what I would want. Fuck the why. I don't care about the why. The why's not going to bring back my loved one. I want him in the fucking ground. Anyways.
Hair trigger because... Because I had accidentally shot. I had accidentally shot it that morning.
So,
on accident.
Negligent discharge. That's exactly what I was about to say. You had a negligent discharge earlier that day. What the fuck does that have to do? What does that have to do with you killing this woman? So you had a negligent discharge into your couch, and then later that day, you had a negligent discharge into a female's chest. The first ND should have been, I don't know, a light bulb to you that maybe you shouldn't have a weapon. Or maybe you shouldn't have that type of weapon. But nah. Just like every other dumbass that's a dumbass when it comes to guns because they're just dumb and don't know anything about guns, don't research anything about guns, or don't even decide to learn anything about guns, have guns. Yeah, that's what that is.
And I set out to take a car. It was something I'd done before when I was way younger. Heck,
right.
But always in my mind, it was if the gun was this for something, so there wouldn't be much resistance. But it was an accident.
That don't matter.
I was in the hotel room that morning. And And the gun went off. I had it in my hand and it handed down. But I barely touched them.
So, in your infinite wisdom, you had a negligent discharge. You barely touched this weapon, and it went off. And you think to yourself, let's take this very same weapon under the influence of alcohol and go rob a car. I don't care how many times you've committed crime, your heart rate is going to skyrocket whenever you're in the process of breaking the law. It's called adrenaline. You know you're doing something you're not supposed to be doing. Naturally, a heightened sense, bro. Really. Fidgety, twitchy. Something you shouldn't be with a hair trigger gun. A hair trigger firearm. Firearm with a hair trigger on it. That shit don't matter. Is that the answer you wanted, detective? Is that the answer you were hoping for? Huh? Do you think the family's gonna be happy now? Oh, it was just an accident and he was drunk. Is that what you wanted to hear, detectives? I actually wouldn't even want to tell the family that. I wouldn't. I would not want to tell the family that he had a weapon he couldn't handle and he was drunk. That's not a good excuse. The family just wants to know why. They'll be fine if they know why. If that was the reason why, I would hate that fucking answer. That makes it even dumber. That...
And the same thing happened later that day. Over there. And when I got out, I noticed the police officer. At least he was dressed like a police officer. I guess he was like doing extra night duty or something. I mean, just
security,
extra job.
Moonlighting, right?
And I didn't see him at first when I parked the car. So then I kind of walked towards him because I wasn't sure if it was also police or not. So I walked towards him like I was looking for something. And then I was on the phone. And I oh, yeah. I was on the phone. And I tried to play it off like I was looking for something. That's why I started yelling into the phone.
Okay.
And I went back to the car. And I saw him coming up, walking up to the car, and I took off. And I seen him on the radio in the mirror.
You know what's in your cheap protein powder? Well, here to...
I'm willing to believe him that it was an accident. I'm actually willing to believe his whole story, to be honest. Just like we predicted earlier, he has committed crimes in the past. He has stolen a car at gunpoint before, and nothing came of it. And he has no criminal history, which means none of the crimes he's ever committed, he's been caught for. So you throw in a little bit of alcohol, you throw in a little bit of ego, you throw in a little bit of like, man, I can do this all day, I never get caught, right? And then a firearm you can't handle, and that's what you get. Someone dies, right? I don't really see anything outlandishly ridiculous about his story. I'm willing to believe that. I've seen people who have NDs without a hair trigger on their firearm, right? So, he's just stupid, man. He's just stupid. And, again, why steal a car if you don't plan on selling it or taking it to a chop shop and making some money off of it? You committed a crime at gunpoint, which is a felony. Stole a car, Grand Theft Auto. For what? And you didn't even get anything out of it, dog. Nothing. Wild, man. I always tell myself, if I'm gonna go big and break the fucking law, I'm aiming at millions. Not a fucking sedan. Whatever.
And so I knew I couldn't get too far. So I left out of that parking lot, went down the street, parked in another parking lot, and got out.
Then what's the truth, Tracy? If it being an accident and it being a hair trigger is a lie, then the truth is that he wanted to steal the car. The lady said no, and he shot her anyways to get her the fuck out of the way. Either way, it's still a stupid fucking excuse. And the reasoning as of why, I wouldn't want to tell a family this reasoning, whether it's his version or whatever actual version that exists, because if he's lying about this, then the only other possible explanation is that he went to go steal a car, and the lady said no, and instead of overpowering her with his hands, because he's a man, she's a female, said he shot her. That's the only other possible option, man. So if he's lying, he's just lying about it being an accident. He's not actually lying about killing her. That's it. Everything up to this, everything after the shooting, I assume he's telling the truth, because lying about it's not going to help him. Yeah, I took the car, I parked it, there was a security officer there, blah, blah, blah. I acted like I was looking for something. Why even lie about that? He's already implicated himself in the fact that he said, yes, I did shoot and kill this woman. Why lie about anything after the fact? It doesn't help you. It doesn't smooth anything over. And it definitely doesn't make anything better. Right? So I assume everything that comes after the confession of murder is the truth. And it's not like he's downplaying it either. The whole accident hair trigger thing might be a lie, but we're not going to know unless they find the firearm. Which I doubt they have.
I went to the hotel, but it was, I did not mean to shoot that woman. It was a hair trigger.
It doesn't matter.
And I didn't drag her out of the car. It wasn't like that. Okay. The gun went off. She said, "You shot me."
So how, she couldn't take her with you, so you?
No, she got out of the car.
Oh, okay.
I didn't drag her out of the car.
Okay, all right.
It wasn't.
Different witnesses see things differently, especially when they hear something.
I did not drag that woman out of the car, period. I wouldn't care what anyone say. I did not do that.
Right.
I didn't mean for the gun to go off in the first place.
You were just trying to get a car.
She got out of the car. And she said, "Help." And I was getting in the car, and she said, "Help again." Only lighter this time. And I drove off.
Panicked, right?
Okay. So if he's lying, he's not lying about much. That's it. And if he is lying, he's lying in ways that really doesn't change the outcome of his punishment. Doesn't change the outcome of the investigation. It doesn't change what happens next. He killed this woman, whether it was an accident, whether it was a hair trigger, whether he dragged her out of the car, whether she got out on her own volition. I don't really think it matters.
I'm just trying to get out of there, I would imagine.
I just wanted to get out of there.
That's reasonable.
So, you walk up to the car, you shoot this woman. She decides to get out of the car, which, I don't know, man, like, someone shoots at me. I honestly just can't believe that the lady's first instinct after getting shot wasn't to just be like, fuck it, I already took one to the chest, let me just see if I can just, like, put this bitch into drive and speed away. But maybe the car was off. Turning it on, putting it into drive, hitting the gas. He could have fired 4 more rounds by the time you did that, but her immediate response was, I need to get out of the car after this guy just shot me. I don't know, that seems off, but if that's the truth, then that's the truth. I don't fucking know. It doesn't change anything. Your reasoning doesn't change anything, which is why I was getting so aggravated with these officers. They were getting hung up on why. Why? It's not going to change shit, man. But obviously, for closure purposes, sure. To progress with law enforcement, no. We don't need a why to progress with a court hearing. and send this motherfucker to jail. So like,
The woman didn't deserve this. I had no intention on doing that. It went off. Shocked the shit out of me. Because it wasn't drastic.
it shocked the shit out of you then, but didn't shock you when you had a negligent discharge earlier that morning? Come on, bro.
And the only way I would really hurt somebody is if someone was trying to hurt me.
Ronald admitted that he had seen the perfect carjacking victim. A woman, alone.
No, I think his voice just says to me that he's trying to keep his composure. Trying to keep from breaking down and losing his fucking shit. I guess. And I'd like to know what you think he's lying about. And how you think that that actually really matters in the grand scheme of things, as far as his verdict, or what? He's not lying about killing this woman. If anything, he's lying about whether it was on purpose or not. Which, after you kill someone, that don't matter. If you're driving your car drunk and you kill someone, it doesn't matter that you didn't intend to kill someone. You killed someone. You're going to jail. Whether you're like, oh, this, and this, or this, and that, doesn't matter how many lies you tell or in what order or how you tell them. I don't really see how you can think he's lying after he pled guilty. He basically just pled guilty here. He basically just pled guilty to murder. Because the law doesn't care if you meant to. The law just sees that you did. So he knows this. He knows he's going to jail forever. Why lie about anything else? That's why I believe him. But you think that the judge and the jury's gonna feel bad for him because he had a gun that he couldn't handle, and because he didn't mean to? You think that the jury and the judge are gonna have mercy on this man? No. His brother even tried to warn him. No. They won't. So, I don't think he's lying, bro, because why lie after the fact? I basically just admitted to murder. Why lie about anything after the fact? It's not going to help me. It's not going to do me any good. It's not going to take time off my sentence. So, I'm inclined to believe you because it just doesn't make sense. No, it's not. He's not going to get involuntary manslaughter. If he was on his front porch playing with his gun, being negligent, and it went off and it went into the neighbor's house and hit somebody, right? Then maybe. But the fact that he was engaged in a felony crime, you have a gun and you are engaged in a felony crime to steal a vehicle at gunpoint, Grand Theft Auto, okay? Okay? There's like, you can't say that's an accident. You went to go steal a car, and because you were committing a crime and someone died in the midst of you committing that crime, that is murder, Tracy. That is murder. Whether it be second degree, first degree, whatever, it carries the same weight, and lying about it won't help you. You've admitted to murder. He was in the act of committing a crime. I can understand if, like, you as a civilian, you see some shit going down, you saw this guy, you shoot a couple rounds, and maybe a stray bullet hits somebody. You're probably going to get in trouble for discharging a weapon and taking the law into your own hands, but not as much as this guy, right? There's some things that can go, but not here. Not here. You killed a person while in the process of committing a crime. So check this out. On another note, let's say that you and 3 of your friends decide that y'all want to go rob a bank. Right? And you go rob this bank, and in the midst of you robbing this bank, your 2 buddies die. You are on the hook for their death. All 3 of you were committing a crime, okay? 2 of your buddies die. You are now on the hook for their death. Y'all could be friends, y'all could be homies, y'all could be part of the same group, but because someone died while you were committing a crime, and they directly died as a result of the crime you were committing, you are on the hook for their death. That's how the law works. That's it. So, I believe him. I don't know. We'll see what the comment section thinks whenever I upload this later, but...
At night, with no one to protect her, he approached Janai Coleman, threatened her with his .357 Magnum, and
no, he's gonna go to jail for life. That he's not gonna get a lesser punishment because he said, "Oh, accident." I don't. No. No.
Demanded her car. But then, he claimed, the gun quote-unquote accidentally went off because of its hairpin trigger. But the detectives didn't buy that for a second. Ultimately, the police released Donald, and Ronald was charged with the murder of Janai Coleman.
If you don't believe that it was a hair trigger and you don't believe his story, then the only other plausible outcome to this is that he killed her on purpose because he was trying to steal a car. That's it. So his lies won't help him. His lies won't affect his verdict. His lies won't even affect the jury when they make a decision about his verdict. Nah.
When Ronald Smith took the stand in court, what happened next stunned everyone.
God damn it!
His story did a 180, or hell, maybe even a complete 360 back to where we started. Ronald claimed that it wasn't him who murdered Janai Coleman, but rather his twin brother, Donald. According to Ronald, he had nothing to do with the crime. He was simply helping Donald clean up the mess after Donald murdered Janai and stole her car.
Now y'all are just pissing me off. Actual. You don't get two chances to tell the truth. Sorry, Ronald. You confessed to murder. You guilty of murder, dog. And you gave details about the killing. Whether those details were a fabrication on your end or law enforcement's end. You gave details about the killing. What do you... And then it's just gonna fucking end, huh? Okay.
But there was one major problem. The jury wasn't buying his story.
Yeah, no.
The evidence told a different story, up until the way in which he made his confession. Ultimately, Ronald Smith was found guilty of the murder of Janai Coleman.
Yeah.
He was sentenced to life in prison, plus an additional 25 years.
Damn! So just in case you are invincible, fuck you! Oh my god. And if you just so happen to get reincarnated, the first 8 years of your life are gonna be in incarceration. Oh, as soon as you're born, we're arresting you. If you get reincarnated, good lord. An extra 25 on top of life. See, I kind of figured. And here I was thinking that him and his brother had a good relationship. But you know what? The crazy rantings and lies of a drowning man, right? That's all that was. That was the last ditch effort of a drowning man. Let's blame my brother. That's in his Delulu head, he may be thinking he could get a lesser charge. I don't know, man. He very well may be, but like, see, I was willing to call bullshit too on his whole hair trigger thing because, like, my man, if you're planning on robbing someone and your intent is not to kill anyone, yet you have a weapon that goes off at the slightest touch, perhaps you should get another weapon to rob someone. If murder is not your intent. So, this is just stupid. Really. And it's still a sad state of affairs between brothers because, like, I have a little brother, man, and it would break my heart if I had to see him like that. Then again, I would be highly pissed off with him because I feel like I've been a better role model to this little bastard, right? But I can't imagine seeing my brother in that situation. Seeing my brother in that interrogation room. Seeing my little brother's life end. That's it. That's your life's over. When you go to jail for life. When you get life, you're dead. You're essentially dead. You have an extended stay of execution because you have to wait out Father Time. You're essentially dead. So, and that's why they will put you on suicide watch, man, especially for sentences like that, for crimes like that. Once they realize that they're caught, most of these guys know what sentence they're going to get, and sometimes that's why they get put on suicide watch, because they'll opt for the easiest choice. Really. Like, I gotta be honest, man. If I was staring down the barrel of like a 50-year fucking sentence the rest of my life, what's the point? I get it. I get why they get put on suicide watch. Let's say you're 25 and the judge hands you life, no parole, plus 25 years. Duck. Ain't no point to me. Living is pointless to me. It really is. There's no point to my continued breathing. For what? For what? Yeah, sure. My friends and family, they'll come see me for the first couple of weeks. And then maybe a couple friends will come see me for a couple of months. And then maybe after a couple of years, the only people that come see me is my mom and dad, right? But then my mom and dad die. I don't even get to go to their funeral. And then all that's left is my sisters. And they got lives to live, kids, shit like that. They'll stop coming to see me. And then eventually, I'll have fucking nobody. Nobody. The only thing I'll have is fucking my cellmate, Tank. And he's been trying to fuck me for the past 10 years. So, no, I'm out. I'd probably try to kill myself, too. That's it. Like, nah. I don't think murder was his intent, but because of lack of record, but don't think it was a hairpin trigger either. Maybe he didn't realize how hard he was squeezing the gun, Tracy. It could have not been a hairpin trigger, but when you know when you're doing something wrong, man. I've done the wrong thing before. And when you're in the process of doing the wrong thing, it's exciting. Your heart rate's beating really fast. You got a little bit of adrenaline. It's oh my God, this situation is so crazy. I can't believe this. I can't believe I'm doing this. Right? And nerves, man. You're twitchy. You're overthinking. Your brain is going 1,000 miles an hour. You haven't really probably even thought it all the way through. And then before you even realize it, bam. The same story that Flint Marko had for killing Uncle Ben. Remember in Spider-Man 3, fucking Peter confronts him. And he's like, I remember your uncle. He told me to put the gun down. He told me that I didn't want to do this. And my buddy ran up to me. He had just robbed somebody, and the gun was in my hand, and it just went off. I didn't know. My buddy left. I tried to help your uncle. I really did, and it was just too late, so I took off too. Y'all remember that? I remember that. It kind of reminds me of that. So, yeah. That was a good story. Let's see what the comment section thinks, because maybe the comment section thinks differently than I. Maybe they think the absolute same. Let's see what they think. Using a polygraph instead of just checking documents to see if he has a twin is some next level stupid. There was quite a few stupid things in here by police, man, and at one point I was like, maybe I'm being too harsh. Maybe I'm just not giving this police the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I'm being a dick. No, man. There was just naming them Ronald and Donald is also a crime. Gotta love how detectives will just bold-faced lie to you as much as they legally can. I'm not the only one that hates that shit, huh? I've been through it. I've been interrogated before, man. It's not fun. It pisses you off. It's bullshit. And it's just like, bro, how are you even allowed to get away with talking to me like this? Like, how are you even allowed to get away with some of these questions that you're asking me that don't even have a right answer? These questions are built for me to fail. Like, the one time someone can use the "it must have been my evil twin" excuse validly. True, yeah. I love how the basis of his defense was, "You wouldn't catch me wearing that shit. Look at the way he dresses." Gotta be my twin. I roll my own cigarettes. I don't dress that way, and yeah, I don't eat a Red Lobster. The anxiety caused by knowing his brother put him in this situation would have thrown off a polygraph for sure. I said, okay, good. a lot of these people, they think just like me. They'd like, I thought that I was kind of being a dick at some points during the video, especially with law enforcement, but nah, man. Pretty much on base here. Imagine this happening to someone who was adopted and didn't know they had an identical twin. That person would be going to jail because they can't prove shit. Uh-huh. Imagine how many people end up incarcerated due to failed lie detector tests and police coercion. I told you, bro. Lots of times, man, a really good lawyer will not let a polygraph be used against you. Lots of times, it'll be inadmissible in court. I'm not a fan of the polygraph either. There's so many things that can cause you to fail that thing. Like, you could tell the whole truth 100%, and that thing will still register a lie some way, somehow, because of the way you were breathing, or your eye movements, or your hands, or the hairs on your arms stood up or something. It's just like, there's too much external bullshit that goes into a polygraph that I'm not willing to take that shit seriously, man. He said that shirt's not even his style. I'm looking at my identical twin now while we're watching this video, and she's looking right back at me with a smile. Don't you do it, sis. I'll show police investigators this exact fucking video. Told you, bro. This is exactly why you should never speak to police and always have a lawyer present. Police are not in the business of clearing you of charges. I'm telling you, they're not there to be your friend. They are not there to be the good guy. I got you, buddy. Help me figure this out together. We can help each other. It's bullshit, bro. Don't fucking listen to them. I get mad just talking about it because I've been taken advantage of by shit like this, man. They are in the business of compiling charges and letting you do the hard and sometimes impossible work of exonerating yourself in court. The polygraph test should be abolished. Okay, yeah, we're good on the comments. Cool. I'm glad I'm not the only one that was like kind of just being very combative with law enforcement. Even though law enforcement did a good thing, there's just certain things about the way that y'all operate when it comes to this type of stuff that it rubs me the wrong way, it gets under my skin, and I don't like it. Is it necessary? In some instances, yes. But, god damn, is it just fucking... Ugh. Ugh. That's just the way y'all make me feel sometimes with law enforcement, and the way y'all interrogate is just... Ugh. Gross. Gross. I feel like there's better, more professional ways of doing that. And it's just gross. The family's not even mad at you. Are you fucking kidding me? Ugh. I can't tell who's worse, you investigators or attorneys. Ugh. Soulless motherfuckers, man. You would literally put those words into the mouth of the family members. They ain't even that mad. Sandman, yeah, you know, someone remembered. The only nerd I have in chat, really. The only one that would know that kind of information. Yeah, Sandman. Flint Marco. Anyways, ladies and gents, I have streamed a whole hour and a half longer than what I intended. I gotta go. Sorry. I love y'all. We'll be back tomorrow. Maybe some music on Twitch. I'm gonna play some Fortnite. That's what I'm about to do. I'm about to go eat. I'm about to go make some food for my niece, and then I'm gonna play some Fortnite. That's my plans. Actually, I have to edit. And upload. Then I'll play some Fortnite. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Either a music stream or we'll do another YouTube stream here. Watch some more of these videos. Whatever y'all want to watch. Vince, I will get to you. I promise. On the next YouTube stream, I swear to God, we will do the Fat Electrician video first. That way we don't take too long when we can't do it. I've done that to you 3 times so far, man, and I'm sorry. I apologize. I know, and you're a patron too. Ooh. We'll get to it. Can y'all still hear me? I hope I didn't fuck this up. Did I unplug my headphones? No, I thought I unplugged my headphones. Okay. All right. Got fourth? I don't know what you mean. What? Got fourth? Just can't get the... Are you talking about on Fortnite? I just started playing Fortnite for the first time. Literally. It came back on mobile, bro. The I don't know if you heard, but like Epic, they had been going to battle against Apple for like the longest time via court because of money. Because Epic doesn't think that they should have to pay Apple for Fortnite being on the Apple Store. And so they had a long legal battle to where Epic removed Fortnite from the App Store. Well, now, because of recent legal updates on this, Fortnite's back on mobile. And yeah, I've been playing the shit out of it. I've been playing I play no build. I can't build. I could. I just don't want to. I think it's stupid. I'm playing the Star Wars game mode. It's not a game mode. It's an event. Star Wars, which is super fun. I rage anytime I get killed by a fucking lightsaber because fuck those goddamn pussies. But other than that, I be shitting on people. Anyways, love you guys. Have a fantastic rest of y'all's day. Have a fantastic rest of y'all's evening. Enjoy y'all's Monday. Hopefully I see y'all again this week. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Alright? Love y'all. If you need anything, at me, DM me. Whatever the case. There we go. Alright. Catch y'all later. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Bye.